And aside from that, I think actually almost every replay is fine. There are very few replays where you can't learn anything from, even when you won. Um, except if you won and it was super one-sided and you just destroyed him, then it's not useful. But aside from that, I think you can learn from pretty much every replay. Some replays are still a bit better than others, but every replay is fine actually.
Yeah, I think these are fairly good ones. I played pretty well on them. I was winning for most of the game, but I think I could have used my advantage much better than I did. So let me just set this thing up. It goes into let's just game data.
And yeah, then you need to tell me which replays. As a number, or you give me, or you just tell me where to find them in the vault, or you can send me in Skype. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I think one is too old to find in the vault. Let's see. I'll send you the first replay. I think I have it already set aside for it. So, oh shit. I think that's the right one. It should be at least. Or maybe it's. Oh no, wait, that's the wrong one. No, it's not. No, it's not. Never mind.
So, did you start the replay tool already?
No, just in a bit.
Oh right, Uncommon Catcher. I see.
That's my favorite map. Need to figure out how to start it that proper way though. With all that. Why did I close the link? Sorry, I'm a bit slow. I'm
yeah,
kind of
alright.
sleepy.
I don't mind.
Start FA with forged lines space /
No, you don't need to do that.
Oh, okay, I can just start it normally.
You just start the the exe of the I don't know how it's called exactly. Replay server exe.
Right.
And once you started it, you can go under File and Connect Host, and you just enter my IP there that I just wrote you, and then it should work, and you don't need to do anything else, and you should connect to my replay.
Okay. Forge the lines. Okay, I think I'm doing something wrong.
Well, you can even write me. Oh no, you write him. Never mind. I saw you writing in the game, but it's just from the in-game chat.
Mhm. Okay, I'm doing something wrong here. Clearly, I'm not just listening to instructions.
What are you doing? You just need to download the replay tool. You did that, right?
Yeah, and I unzipped it into the.
And you put the next file in the game data folder as well.
Mm-hmm.
So you just need to start the program.
Yeah.
And yeah, then you click on File and Connect Host.
Oh, right. Well. Okay, I forgot to download something apparently. No, I was missing the NXT file.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, sorry, I'm a bit slow-minded.
No,
I still
no
have
need to
like
be.
12 hours today. Okay. Let's try again. Really useful tool, this stuff. Okay, now it seems to be working.
Okay, are you in the game already?
Not yet, it's still loading. And it started.
Okay, are you at 30 seconds?
I'm at 5 seconds.
Oh, okay, and now?
Still same.
Because okay, I really I'm waiting now until you're at 32 seconds.
Okay.
And then yeah, you're speeding it up, and then once you are, it should go on. Like for me, it's froze right now, so it seems to work. Okay, and now you are going right.
Yeah, now I'm going same speed.
Okay, great. Put it on plus now. um, yes, okay. I am about the map. Very interesting, I think. Has a bit different gameplay. I think it's a very Tag 1 focused map because if you tag, then you can lose so much map control very fast if you have a bit less units. That the time to tag is probably rather late. Like at some point, I think there's always will be on any map any point where tagging to tag 2 or a mass extractor, but I think on this map rather going to tag 2 or doing something like that will be better because over time it always becomes a little bit better to go tag 2.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of tech 2. Well, not really rushing, but trying to make the transition at the right time.
Yes. Well, the reason why Tech 2 becomes better over time is because there will be more Tech 1 units on the field. And all the Tech 1 units will get worse when you go Tech 2, pretty much. Like, his Tech 1 units will just die against your Tech 2. Not at the very start, but as long as if you survive the initial start of your Tech 2, if you don't lose too much until you have that, then after that, all of his Tech 1 units will be really weaker than before compared to your units. Because even if you have only a few Tech 2 units supported with a lot of Tech 1, then that will happen. And as more Tech 1 units he has, so as bigger the effect of your Tech 2 units will be. But your Tech 2 units will always cost the same. So you will for the same price, you will get a bigger reward in that sense. And I think that's the reason why at some point Tech 2 is always good, but I think on this map, not too sure. It's quite contested. It's very probably difficult. Depends very much on the situation on this map.
Yeah, Shepard does it at one point where he completely rolls my right flank with a bunch of rhinos.
Yes, and it's very important to judge when to go Tech 2. If you will lose something in the process, if you will get overrun or not, and if you can go Tech 2 fast enough to prevent that.
On this map, I try to go reactionary Tech 2, so the moment I see Tech 2 from my enemy, I just make it myself.
Yeah, I think that's a very good strategy on most maps, and I think on this map probably as well. Well, not in every case, but I think in most times it should work. But I think sometimes it would be you lose an opportunity sometimes probably if you always make it like
definitely.
So I actually think it would be a little bit better if you would still go Tech 2, like not be too focused on that and not have a set rule, but just as guideline, right? And you go Tech 2 if he goes Tech 2. But maybe sometimes if you see a situation yourself to go Tech 2 fast, then not don't do it completely just because you follow that set strategy. I think the
yeah, of course, I try to always vary my strategies up a bit. So.
Okay, so you wouldn't always do it, but
no, not always. Yeah. Just on this map, it's like you said. I've noticed that the Tech 1 makes a big difference, so you can usually grab an advantage when the enemy's getting Tech 2, and with the map control, you can easily get more Tech 2 units out that you win from.
I think interesting question on this map is when you want to build air. Like, I think it's quite difficult.
I agree.
Pretty much, I told that on most maps, I think the perfect theory situation is that you want to have air as late as possible, always, but you want to have it faster than him. But of course you don't know when he builds air, so it's impossible to judge that in the game. But I think that would be the perfect theory situation.
That's a good thing, I didn't know that.
Because no matter how late you get the air, you will always get the advantage from it. If you don't have air, he needs to build anti-air. So, and then you force him to build anti-air, and after that he still needs to build air. So he needs to invest double things. If he has air already, then yeah, he don't need to build anti-air, and you instead need to build the anti-air probably. Right now you saw the air scout, so you kinda need to build anti-air right now. You can also build the air factory and just hope that you don't kill too much. But yeah, on this map, I would probably not build too much anti-air actually, because it's very hard to protect really much with your anti-air.
No, I make some. He comes out with a jester soon, and then I make some anti-air to take care of the jester while getting my.
If you want to make anti-air, then you should have made anti-air already right now. Yeah, and
I was hoping he wasn't going aggressive because I was expecting the bomber to follow the scout, but it didn't come, so I thought I had time.
Yeah, and I think usually if the player with the air doesn't make a mistake, you will always need at least anti-air. You should like in your 3 factories build at least 1 anti-air, because else he will just bomb your air factory all the time, and you won't get any interceptor produced if you don't build any anti-air.
Yep. I figured my air factory was safe because there were 3 land factories around it, so if I needed, like, if my air factory was getting bombed, I could just easily roll the bomber.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think that's very important. Like, that's also very nice to tell me that, because then it's not a mistake then to not build anti-air. If you didn't think about that he bombed your air factory, then that would be a mistake. Like, but if you think about that and you think, okay, I don't need it, so there's a reason for that you do that. I think that's very good.
Yeah, but I've practiced fighting against Bomber Micro with RK4000. He's really good with it. If you don't counter properly, he just kills your entire base with 1 bomber. So from that I learned quite how to react to it pretty okay.
Well, I think you should probably, like, you could have maybe used your ICU faster to the front line and instead build your factories with engineers, and you can get probably a little bit more control with your ICU. I think usually always on every map, unless it's too big, then it makes very much sense to try to get the ICU as fast as possible into the action and replace the ICU as fast as possible with engineers.
No, but when that jester was rolling out, it killed quite a lot of my stuff, so I felt like I was a bit short on engineers.
Yeah, that's true. So But maybe could have still tried to replace it a bit faster in that situation. But yeah, you have a little energy problem.
Yeah,
um,
power stalled pretty hard for a long time.
yeah, and that's why you can't use your mouse. I think it would be very useful to turn your radars off in that situation, but um,
Yeah, you're probably right. I had some land scouts out, so I didn't really need it.
yes, and now the air is really killing you. And now you make, I think, a rather big mistake. You sent one interceptor. I think you sent one before against the Jester.
Yeah, I did.
And he has 3 interceptors. And that's pretty big because your interceptor will just die. Like now he makes a mistake of not protecting the Jester. But if you protected it, your one interceptor will
Yeah,
just
I
die.
couldn't have
So
touched it.
you throw it away. So you need to wait until you have 2 or 3 interceptors. Else you will lose your interceptor and the Jester will just live longer, and that really, really puts you into problems. So
Yeah.
you're a bit lucky here that he's not killing your interceptor.
Although he does still kill it, I think. Yep, there he goes.
Yeah, okay. So yes, you want to wait until you have, and like, that air is really, really clingy right now. And but a very big problem that you have, in my opinion, is you just don't have enough engineer. You build only with 1 engineer all the time, and you have mass income from so much. Your mass storage is full, and you can't spend it because you don't build energy. And I think
Yeah.
that's probably the biggest mistake. Yeah, now in the game, like you see that you have mass all the time, but you don't start to try to spend it somehow. And
No,
before
it's
you
like,
can spend it, you need to build more energy first. So you would need to increase your energy production to be able to spend your mass.
no, I was really winging it at this point because my energy was so low. I was afraid to put more engineers on building energy because I
Yeah,
was.
you will stall a bit, but it's still better than not getting energy. Like the
Yeah.
stall will be solved in like when you build 2 pigeons. One energy building power will cost 1.5 pigeons. So if you have plus 10 and you build another one, send another one, then you build 1 pigeon, the stall will be solved. So yeah, I think that's very wrong to be afraid of building if you need the power. Like a different thing is then if you would be afraid to build too much power, right? Then it would be bad to send too many engineers. But if you need the power, then you need to increase your power production. Else the problem will just, it will never disappear. You need the
Yeah,
power, so you
true.
need to build it, even if you stall a bit.
Yeah,
Uh,
and with this mass overflow, I probably even a little bit overbuilding wouldn't be really bad because I have the storage already, so I could just use whatever excess I have into overcharging or something.
Yes, a little bit overcharge wouldn't be too bad. I also think the energy storage, whenever you build that, was not a really good idea because you didn't have any power. So you should wait with building the energy storage until you
Yeah.
actually have power, and
No,
until
I
the
plan it like ahead of my power production. I usually go 5 to 9 pigeons and then have the energy storage queued up so I don't forget it later.
okay, that's all right as well. Um, yes, and pretty much that's really, really big mistake that you just ignore building. Like you make your initial factories, and then you like if you wouldn't build that one power line with the 1 engineer, you would just stop building completely for no
Yeah.
reason, pretty much.
Yeah, you're very right. I was very nervous during this game as well, so I think that contributes a bit as well.
Yes, I can see that. And aside from that, yeah, like I'm surprised that it doesn't look so bad already for you because you pretty much you play on 5 factories when you could have 7, 8, let's say 8 factories. So
Easily. Yeah, he mentioned
and
that after the game as well.
he probably can do the same, and then it's surprisingly how that you're not dead yet because you just have less units.
Yeah, he got T2 and I think a T2 max as well at
Yes,
this
but
point.
I think the tattoo is not really the problem. Like, because if you made units, then you would have really, really punished him for going tech 2.
Yeah, indeed.
And yes, now you start to assist your air factory really much, but if you plan to do that, then you will also need more power. So even if you had a little bit even power before that, if you plan to assist your air factory so much, and I think that's a correct decision in that case when you lose air control, then mixing in, like, then I think you do a mix of building a bit anti-air, not too much, and try to get air control back. But for that you also need to prepare a bit more power, and yeah, at least you don't waste mass anymore, but you still have so much mass in the storage, and
Yeah, not using it at all.
not yeah, that's really a big problem. And like these things can happen, but I think really important is to see that and try to fix it as soon as possible. Like, and for you that's like the last 5 minutes the case, and you didn't really try to do anything about it.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I should definitely focus on getting my eco in order quickly enough so I can actually spend everything I'm getting.
Yes, so I think it's very important to look at the economy all the time and always pay attention to that. And if something's wrong, then try to solve it and try to fix it very fast.
Right now, I'm still not spending near everything I have. I've been throwing a lot of practice lately into not overbuilding power, and it's kind of messing up my builds.
Well, it's kind of working, but a bit too much.
I still need to get it down a bit.
You didn't build overbuild power, but yes. And now you actually start to overbuild power. Like right now, your power income is perfect. And you can build a bit more, it won't be bad, but not too much. And you can also stop right now, it will be also fine.
No, I wanted to get gun at this point because I saw his commander was a bit out.
But you have an income from 500 power already. I think actually your power is already fine for gun, because you can pause your air production, and your air production with the engineer, that's a very nice thing about putting engineers on your air factory, because you have a bigger power buffer that you can use for other things if you pause it for a moment.
Also, no, I think I take them off when I go gun, I think.
Yes, exactly. So you have almost 200 power on your air factory right now. So you have 200 potential power for your gun, and then you have 100 anyway, so right now you have enough power for the gun already. You don't need to build more. Well. So actually you are overbuilding power right now, because after you have your gun ready, then you will have way too much.
I didn't think about it like that at all.
Especially if you continue to build power, and now you even send another engineer there. So additionally to the 200 power of your air factory, you actually have 60 power now from your power building engineers. So you have almost 260 power, free power. Like with the air factory, it's not really free, but it doesn't really hurt to pause it for a moment if it's only for the gun. Like if it would be for something that you will need all the time, but the gun is a one-time investment, so I think it makes very much sense to pause the air factory for that.
Yeah, otherwise I'm just gonna be overflowing like crazy after.
Yeah, after the gun, exactly. So you have 60 power from the engineers, 200 power, not 200, but almost, from the air factory and the engineers here, so you have really much power.
I was planning to spam overcharge. At this point I thought I was really far behind because he had that rhino raid on the right and those units in my base. Well, the units in my base aren't a big problem. There's a bomber and a rhino taking care of them, but at this point I thought it was actually lost, so I
well, the map control is still quite even, and so as long as the map control is even, and you have, I think you have big air control, you should actually, that's I think a pretty big mistake, you should scout when you, like, you build 3 scouts.
Figured that out afterwards as well.
But that's not the main problem in the game, but you should do it anyway. And I mean, you have the scouts there, and you just need to use them. But that patrol rule, I wouldn't patrol my interceptors actually, like that. It's very nice to patrol scouts, but you see the interceptors will run out of fuel very soon. One did already run out, and then they become quite useless.
No, I was really afraid to lose air because of how much that
early if you do a patrol route like that, then it's very easy to lose air, because he can just pick your interceptors off one by one. Like he's doing that. You see that he has 5 interceptors, and you have 16. And he just kills your interceptors one by one. So I think that like it's very nice for vision and things like that, but it's very bad for actually keeping air control.
Yeah, it's because I have mixed air queue coming from my factory. I have like interceptor scout, 4 interceptors, jester bomber. Oh no, double jester even now.
Yeah, you see how much power you actually, like now you really overbuild power very badly.
No, dude.
Like even if you plan to spam overcharge, but
no, I'm kamikaze pushing right now, so I'm not paying any attention to
okay,
so.
that, fair enough. then.
And I think that was, well, of course, that's a stupid mistake.
But I wanted to say one more thing. Your Tech 2 factory. That's not a good position for Tech 2 factory because for one reason you want to have your Razor front, so factory on Tech 2, so your units will be faster everywhere. And the position is also more central, so you can send the units to the left and right more easy than from your base. And but I think the biggest reason is when you have a Tech 2 factory, you want to have at least one Tech 1 factory close, so you can build engineers to assist it if you want. And also at the same time your F factory is next to it. So that's very nice to have the Tech 2 factory and the F factory next to each other, because you can switch if you have too much energy and not enough mass to your F factory and assist it with engineers. And if you don't have energy but you have much mass, then you switch back to the land factory. So you can balance your economy a little bit with that. And you can also, if you need more air, like independent, if you have economy for both, then you can also switch.
Yeah, and this is where I die.
Yes, right. After, okay, you thought that you lost, but that's another problem. You shouldn't actually think that you lost like that, but okay, that can happen. That's not really the main issue here. But at some point, it's important to judge if you have lost or not, because. But I can see that it's hard to see on a map like that, and it's also quite hard to see if so many things go wrong, because then you automatically assume you are lost. Because you don't see that for him, just as many things go wrong probably.
Yeah, he had almost nothing left. He just had those few units running around.
And you had so good air control and scouting that it wouldn't be too hard to get a better look about what he actually got.
Yeah, I should definitely do that before that you lost. Well, after this game, I stopped assuming I lose all the time. I don't ever assume it anymore. I just try to play as
good as very good. And you learned a very important lesson there.
Yeah, it felt really bad. I've played against Shepard a few times before, and I felt really bad for. I really wanted to beat him, so it felt really
it's also
stupid.
Important to realize that you have lost, because then you need to go for an oil inpush like you did. So it's not really such a big mistake. You shouldn't, because you can also sometimes win games with such a last oil inpush or try to go for a snipe.
I've done it a lot of times against better players like that. Yes, that's why I rely on
like
it.
not only a snipe but a last oil inpush. So I think that's if you play always like, okay, I can still win that without desperate moves, then it's not perfect as well. So you need to judge well if you lost or not.
But I don't really feel like I'm at the point where I can. I want to learn to play better rather than just win games, So I think I would learn more.
But that's part of winning. That's part of playing better. I see what you mean, but that's also part of playing better. But it's quite easy to learn that after you learn the other things again, and your judgment will get automatically better anyway, even if you don't use it. So since it's not bad what you do there, and try not to snipe too much at the end, just to win games and try to get better.
I think a big problem I have is that I just don't have enough experience, because I have 300 games played in total or so.
Right. 300 games is not too few. But also with so many maps, etc., then you already need a lot of games just to learn the maps. And where the number of games doesn't really matter so much, but the number of games where you really try to get better and where you try to analyze and learn from them. And if you have, some people have 1,000 games, but they only try to learn from 15 games or 20.
Oh, I always watch every replay of every game I play. If I'm winning or losing, it doesn't matter. I always watch and try to take note of what I do right and wrong.
So, and of course, now I talked very much. If you have any kind of question or something like that, that would be very, very useful for me as well, because that will help me to know what you actually need to know, and every person needs to know different things.
Not really much to ask, actually. I can only say what I thought that I should have done in this situation instead of that push. If I had scouted, I probably would have definitely known what he had up, and I think it was nice of him to wall off the sides, because I had my gun come, and if I just held the middle, I should have been fine, to be honest. Killed those last few raids around, and then just...
Yes, I think so too. Okay, we can go to the next replay if you want.
Yes. Let me... You can find this one in the vault. If we just look which one is the correct one. It goes on a little bit longer because it was sandboxed. It's my first game from today, 31-minute open palms.
Okay, but yes, I will download it and then open it with a tool. Yes, but also what I wanted to say, as more replays I watch from you, as better my advice will actually become, I think at least, because I will learn how you play and what mistakes you really do very often and which not, so I know what to focus on what I need to tell you.
This game was Calvarox GG'd it at one point, and I just walked my commander into the. Well, I wanted to keep playing to just see how far I could push, so I die at the end. But tell me when you have it started.
Oh, okay, I started the tool twice. That doesn't work.
I'm running out of cigarettes.
Okay, I'm starting it. A few more seconds.
It's nice that you had time today, by the way. I want to start spamming ladder tomorrow, so.
Okay, I'm in the game.
Okay. I think the actual gameplay lasts like maybe 17 minutes or something. 15,
Okay.
17, something like that. That was sandbox, so we messed around a bit afterwards. But what timestamp are you on?
10 seconds.
Okay, so. Oh yeah, it stopped it for me now.
And desync?
Desync?
Yes.
Oh, should I send you mine then? That
yes,
one doesn't.
yeah, that one desync.
It's not good. Replays are really buggy lately.
Yes, I think it probably has. I'm not sure why. But my replays don't have desyncs. No idea.
That's weird. I think I had some connection issues or something. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Because I was playing with Gorton to try to get another one up before you were back, and we desynced to each other in the middle of the game.
In the middle of the game, that's really strange.
Yeah, that just disconnected the both of us. Well, because it's 1v1, of course, it shows for both. But apparently, in the end, it was him who disconnected because I got points. But still, it was very strange.
Okay, I'm starting it again. A few seconds.
Might be because I had Arcase Explosions on or something.
Okay, I'm loaded.
Okay. It's connecting now. Okay, mine is started.
Alright, yes. Okay, desyncing again. It looks like I don't have the mod.
Oh yeah, that might be.
Yeah, the Ceneraii explosions, but I got that, but probably a new version or something.
Yeah,
like that.
new version got uploaded yesterday.
Okay, I will just get it very soon, fast. Yes, this mod is messing up all the replays. I don't know. I can't find it actually. I have version 5, but that's old. Um,
Let me see. I
oh
cleared.
no, wait! I sorted by writing, not by upload date. Yes, I am.
Yeah, it's stupid because of the how the mod vault works.
Okay, I am trying again.
Just let me know when it's up.
Yes, it's up now. Yes, let's see how you build. Like, Open Palms is the only map where I made really a build order for. Well, except for this Black Heart best of 15.
Yeah, I saw you had some crazy build orders
But
there.
aside from that, I didn't make any build orders ever in my whole gaming career in Supreme Commander, except for Open Palms. It's the only map where I really made build orders for all the time, and many, like I don't know how many, like 10, maybe overall. All of
I
the
have
time.
a build order for Crazy Rush, and that's pretty much it because you can. Anyway, I'm up to speed now. Yeah. You can see
Okay.
my commander messed up. I tried to build at max build range, but it didn't work.
Yeah, that's also like because there's some reclaim lying around. That's very hard to see. Some very small grass or wood things.
I wanted to get it up early because I built 2 pigeons and sent first 2 NGs to Hydro. But
Yes. I think it's quite nice on Palms you can build a factory with double adjacency bonus from mass extractors.
What do you think about getting early manual reclaim with com? I find I mass stall if I don't do it, but it slows my expansion.
I think
of
then
com.
your build order is bad. Like I had made so many build orders for this map, and usually I forgot one. Then I had to make a new one, and I don't know if that one was better or not. But usually I think sometimes if I rush the Hydro with the commander, then I need to do that. And reclaim, but not so much. And reclaim a little bit, like 5-6 stones. Else I stall if I do rush the Hydro with the commander after 3 mass extractors.
Yeah, all the build orders that I sort of use are from back when I was really, really bad, like new at the game and stuff.
Yes,
So
and
I'm trying not to use them, but winging it is kind of dangerous against people like Calvarox who have really.
yeah, I think Palms is really hard to play if you don't have a good build order. If other people use a build order. No, I don't think you should stall. Like you have 200 mass in the storage. Like
Yeah.
then you can reclaim with the third engineer or something like that. And I think if you go for the Hydro with 3 engineers, you can actually build a second factory with the commander, and build like more pigeons and air factory or something like that. That's a normal build.
Oh.
But I think I don't do that actually anymore. But I'm not sure if I still do. I don't remember. I forgot my newest build order as well.
Yeah, I forgot
I
them
never
quite
actually
too.
used it. I never played with it. I just made it because I wanted to play against Crazed with his. He has a crazy build, really, really good. So I made one that is even at least equal. And I wanted to play him, but then didn't get to play anymore against him there. Anyway, yeah, I think you see how much mass you got in the storage. You have 360 mass and 2000 energy, so that means you could have afforded easily one more factory at the start. Usually
Yeah.
people build like then a few power generators, more with a commander and an air factory, and with the engines at the hydro plant, you would build your land factories like you do now. But you would already have your air factory right now, and I think not going saying the air on palms or at least third air is really really dangerous. Because
Yeah.
people will usually go saying there, and a bomber can really like a bomber will bomb your engineers building the factories here.
Yeah. Yeah, that he tries to do that. I try to dodge a bit as well. But
Yeah, so I think it's actually quite very very hard at least to play palms without second or third area.
No, I have this weird problem with second air. With every time I do it, it horribly screws over my eco. I need to practice that a little bit more. That's why I stopped doing it. I just
Yeah.
get
Okay. Well,
reactionary
that's
air
just a
instead.
build order thing, right?
Mhm.
When it corrects your equals. So, um, yes, but your economy is looking quite fine now, and you also made that very early land scout to see. Yeah, so that helps you a little bit. Um,
No, I always spam land scouts in my build queues anyway, so
and
because
now
I
that
forget to build radar a lot.
okay, now he bombs you. But I think one thing, we'll actually slow it a bit down to say that. Let's say on the left side you have the two mantis and the scout, and you use them to protect your engineer. But I actually
Mhm.
think you can protect your engineer if you try to rate him. Like
Yeah, that's a good point.
at
That's
the same time, if you walk in a, yeah, hard to explain without showing it, but if you walk in a good direction to him, then you will still intercept any raids from him. But at the
oh
same
yeah,
time,
yeah.
you will also put aggression on him. So if you
Oh,
make that mantis, you can protect your engineer and raid at the same time.
that's a really good idea. That's I'm gonna start doing that.
And it's a little bit risky because sometimes he can sneak past your mantis, and you like you need a scout for that. That's very important. Well, but he can sneak like past, and you don't see them, and then he loses. He still raid your engineer, but usually you should see his raids incoming, and then but you need to expect your units to die at some point. So you need more units then after that on that side to protect your engineer again.
Hmm.
After your units are like once your units are across that center. So let's say your units are at the two mass extractors on the left side next to that mountain, right?
Hmm.
Then obviously, if they are there already, they are not protecting your engineer anymore because his units will come out of the base in a straight line more or less. So you would need new units. But until they
Yeah.
are there, once they are like let's say they are at the position on his hydro plant on the left side, then at that position you are still protecting your engineer as long as they
Okay.
are in that area, because you will intercept everything that's incoming.
That's
Um,
good to know. I was figuring if my engineers are going to die at this point, it's going to be from air because I should be far ahead on land since he built that
Yes.
air
And
factory.
that makes it even more important not to put like to try to be aggressive as well, because with that two mantis you can't protect your engineer from air, so you don't actually need to protect it. If you
Yeah,
assume that
indeed.
the engineer will die anyway, there's no reason to waste two mantis to trying to protect it.
Yeah, I was trying out Gordon's method of. He's been teaching me quite a bit lately. I was trying to use his method of when you have more tanks producing than your enemy, just send a few to protect your engineers so your expansions don't die. But yeah, in this case, it's completely pointless because of the damn
Yes,
bomber.
and well, like that method of if you have more tanks, but usually you don't have more tanks. And
Hmm.
so well, in that situation, you actually have more tanks, right? Because he made air and you didn't. But I think it's actually the opposite. If you have more tanks, then you should be aggressive with them and try to kill something
Yeah,
from him. Because if you don't, then there is a reason why you have less tanks, and in that case, it's the air. And if you don't, like if you just defend, then he won't really have any disadvantage from having less tanks.
yeah,
Um,
indeed.
but he will the advantage from whatever he built instead. Can be a bomber sometimes. Like it also applies later in the game when he makes a mass extractor, and then you need to be aggressive and use your unit advantage that you have.
Yep,
Okay,
definitely.
speeding it up again. So yes, now you lose two more engineers. That's quite
Yeah.
unfortunate.
I wasn't really worried about it because it was just engineers in my base and not my expanding engineers. So.
Yes, but well,
But that's a mistake by him, of
yeah,
course, not.
no, it's very good from him because now he can still kill your expanding engineers after he kills the ones in your base. So if you protect the ones in your base, then you get air faster because you lost your engineers in your base, you can't build air fast enough. You can't protect your engineers and his expansions; they will still die.
Yep. No, I'm just lucky this game that he doesn't actually kill them.
Yes, okay, but the engineers in your base are actually more important because you need them to build air to counter the bomber. And
Yeah.
if they die, then the air problem will just become worse for you. And yes, you still also like it doesn't work like that to go air with no energy. Um,
Hmm.
So that's also a reason. Like if you make 3 land factories without like, and then you are at your power limit, you actually don't have the. If he builds air, you don't actually are able to build an air factory because you can't afford it. So
Yeah,
and
yeah.
if you plan the air factory,
I forgot to build power this game too.
yes, but I'm not sure if you actually forgot or if you just planned to build the power at the time where he bombed you, right? And but that's too late because you need the power there already to build your air factory.
Yeah, on this game I just forgot it. I have 2 engines building power and my com building power as well, just for emergency reasons.
Yes, and then I think I would only build 1 interceptor, and after that, well, you actually build no interceptor, but I'm not sure. Yeah, he makes a pretty big mistake of not using his bomber small because
Yeah, definitely.
he could win the game right now and completely screw you with his bombers if he had any. I think he still survives that 1 bomber, but he's not using it.
No, that bomber's dead. He died to
Oh,
T1
okay,
AA.
okay. Then, but I think in that situation probably would be what I would try to do is just get one interceptor out to kill a bomber, because he will have probably only 1 interceptor as well, and you should be able to sacrifice your interceptor to kill the bomber, and after that build energy. But you wouldn't want to be in the case like I would want to be for that. It was already quite bad. I think if I would do it, or in a normal case, you should have a bit more energy. Even if you stall a bit, I think it would be important to get the interceptor out very fast to counter at least 1 bomber
Yeah.
somewhere, and after that build energy. And also, like you ignore the center all the time. You should try to get it, try to send 2, and it doesn't really cost much. Send like 2 tanks or something like that, and 2 engineers for each side. Try to get the mass. If you can get the point defense somewhere up, then at some point it's good mass. It's 4 mass extractor. You shouldn't ignore it. At the same time, you shouldn't let him have it for free. I don't know if he got it. Maybe he did already. Maybe he
No,
didn't.
we both ignored the middle for all the game.
Yes, and whoa, for all the game. Okay, that's really bad.
Yeah, I know.
And I think also very like in the back where your 3 mass extractors are, I think I would either build a factory or a point defense, because at some point that will get raided, and then you can rebuild. And when the other positions get raided, it's not so bad because you can take them back relatively fast. But there in the back it takes forever to walk there, and it's 3 mass
indeed.
extractors. So I think it makes sense to invest something there in increased security for that position.
Yeah, definitely.
And
No,
also
I
like
have a huge aversion to building PD. I hate it.
well, you can build a factory instead, and you build engineers there to reclaim. That works as well.
Yeah, we talked a bit after this game as well until we
But
came to the same
what's a
conclusion.
really big problem is the lack of radar. And that's also one thing with expanding to the middle with engineer. If you do that on the way, you just build a radar, but on the way you can build 2 radars, and the radars will be more because your radar actually, if you click on it, what is actually going to show you, except the center. Like on the left side, you have no idea. On the right side, you have no idea. You just see the center from so that radar is not bad because you need to see the center. But if you build one radar a bit more to the left and a bit more to the right, 2 radars, then yes, it's much better. And you still need that pretty much.
No, I realized I was out of radar, so I sent NGs to build radars here and there. Like now they're online. They came on almost at the same time, all of them.
But your radars are really, really defensive. I think that's quite bad, because you want to see incoming raids as soon as possible. So
yeah, you're definitely right about that.
Especially on the right side, your radar is also quite safe because the commander is there. So you just build it at the 2. Usually I build the radar at the 2 mass extractor, something like that. And
Okay,
then
that's a good thing to keep in mind.
or at the 4 mass extractor, something like that. But also I try to build usually my radars at the edge in the middle, like on the left and right at the cliff. And these 2 radars, if they don't die, they
Yeah, show you everything basically.
well, actually
that
not
comes from his
everything,
middle
because
base.
at the very left he can still sneak past with units and without radar coverage. So usually I try to actually get another radar where you have one now, just a bit more forwarded. Like it doesn't really matter too much where. because if units are there, it will die anyway. So your radar will die if there is a raid incoming, and my radar, if I build it next to the hydro plant, an example, it will die as well. But yeah, I
Yeah.
would actually build it like to your front, next to your most forwarded building, or just somewhere there. It doesn't really matter too much. Yeah, but the defensive radars are not really giving you too much information.
Yep, you're right. I rely a lot on the land scouts in my armies as well, but the Cybern land scout range is so small.
I think all are small except Aeon, and even Aeon is not enough to make up for radar. Like
No,
land scouts are usually
definitely.
only good for if you have no radar vision to prevent you from running into two big armies and losing your army. I think that's
Yeah,
what land
indeed.
scouts are good for. And also like to see some single units sneaking past, etc. and small, but they can't protect you from raids usually because yes, with your more front radars, you will see how big his armies is on each side usually, and you need to know that to judge how many units you need to send to the left and how many units you need to send to the right to defend. Or also, as more forwarded radars that you have, you should always try to make a radar at the most front positions that you have, like what you have or what I told you before were defensive radars. But if you can get radars even more forwarded, because you can park your units there and you get control over the territory, that's why the territory is actually not useless. Like there's no mass there, but it's very nice to try to put your units
Yeah.
a bit more in front and then get a radar there, and then with the radar you can actually see the opposite. You can see where his units are, and you can see if you can attack there, if you can raid. So it's an offensive radar that allows you to see opportunities to attack him. And
That's
also for that opportunities, like if you don't have a radar, usually you can't get a radar for that because you have to fight for the map and you can't get the front radar. If you can, it's great, but usually you can't. And then I think it's important to make up for that with scouts. So you scout to see if there's any opportunity to scout to see how much army you got. And yes, I think it would, in your situation, it would really bother me that I have no idea what he's doing, and I have no idea how many units he got on each side. He could have all his units on the right side and then push you and maybe kill your ACU because your units are split on right and left. He could also have all his units on the left side and push you there. And like if he does that, then you need to push yourself on the right side with your other units to make up for that. But if you don't know that,
now I start scouting because I'm
Yes.
annoyed of not knowing what is going on.
And
Indeed.
also, I think you should always try to, like, at that point in the game, send like 5 mantis and try to send them somewhere like on the very left, now where you
just
scout,
sneak
and just try to sneak past. It doesn't really cost anything, and but if it works, it's great. Even if it doesn't work, it's like a bit psychological advantage because you're aggressive. You force him to react. You force attention from him and things like that. So it's not 100% wasted mass even if you intercept it. And on the right side, okay, you have the gun. Should have maybe made stealth as well.
Yeah, but I forgot that.
Yes, that's because one. And here again, I think if you push with your ACU, then it's even more important to get a radar, like to follow the ACU with engineers and get radars like where you go. So
Yeah,
you will
indeed.
always have good vision with your ACU because then it's even more important to know if he focuses units and gathers them, and then you need to know when to retreat with your ACU.
Yeah, that's he called GG more or less right now because
Okay.
he saw that I was winning, so at least he assumed I was
No,
winning.
he should have at least tried to snipe you then.
Yeah.
Because your ACU is in the middle of nothing.
Yeah,
And you don't
my
scout very
ACU
well.
dies very soon.
Yes, and you don't scout very well. So he could just make like 5 ghetto gunships very cheap or take 2, and he can get there very fast if he just pause all his factories. For that reason, it's also always useful to scout his air factory, because most people, like, you can prevent that from building another one and taking that, but most people just take the factories they have. So if you scout it at least once, you can see if he goes take 2 air with it.
Yeah.
And the same goes for all mass extractors in his base, because you want to see if he has take 2 mass extractors and how many he got. So you can judge if you are behind or ahead, and that's why you should at least scout every mass extractor once. But another reason why following the ACU with engineers is very useful, not only for radar, but also because you will be directly able to reclaim. So if you plan a
Yeah.
big push, like that doesn't really apply only to the ACU, but with the ACU it's more obvious, and usually with the ACU you will win some fight, so you will get the reclaim and you will be able to secure it. But also with armies, if you plan a big fight somewhere, I think it's always very useful to send engineer directly, like even if the fight is not happened yet. But if you expect the fight to happen, already send engineers with them. And also, like, not only for the reclaim, but also for the forwarded radars, will be
Yeah.
always very useful.
Now I'm just spamming scouts to have vision.
Okay, yeah, okay,
This is the point
that's
where
very
he
good.
said GG, it's over. So we just messed around after this a bit. We
Alright.
finished the fights that were going on just to see what would happen. And, he said he would control K at this point, but as you can see, my ACU is boned.
Okay, so, you want to end the replay here?
Yeah, I don't think there's much else interesting that's going to happen.
Well, if you're just messing around, it's not really a real situation, right?
Yeah, indeed, you're right.
Okay.
Next one?
Yes. Well, actually, I can
Oh,
probably.
shit.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. But on the left side, like you say, you're just messing around to see what's going to happen. But on the left side, you could have predicted that you win that fight really easily because you have 5 rhinos that tank the front line. And that do so much damage already, and that's a very good army mix you have on the left side with like 20 mantis, 5 rhinos, and 11 medusas. Like you could replace all the other mantis with more rhinos, but the relation between medusa and army is really good.
Yeah, I tried to, ever since someone told me that Medusa Rhino is OP, then I started spamming that army mix. It made me so happy to find out. I was getting tired of losing to Ilshavos, and after I started using that, I was winning against them.
Okay, great. Then next replay, you said you have 3 ones?
Yep. No, technically I have 4, but the one against Gordon ends really fast. And I think this is the right one, so I'll just send it to you over Skype. It's on Crimson Feud.
I'm not sure if I need to see it.
It's one of the new maps, the red one. I feel like I should have prepared more replays.
We can just pick random replays from the world after that if you want, but I think at some point, well, we are not at that point yet, but at some point more replays watching doesn't make sense because you will just do the same replay mistakes over and over again, the biggest ones. Like
right.
I just need pretty much enough replays to find out what your main mistakes are. Right, and what your biggest mistakes are, what I would recommend you to focus on, and what I think makes most sense. I can tell you mistakes from every game, but it doesn't really make sense if I tell you 100 different things.
Yeah, indeed.
It makes much more sense if I figure out what's the real big. But so far, I haven't really seen too much yet. But also some people, like, they don't really make big mistakes in every game. They make different mistakes in every game, and especially if you get better. Then that becomes more the case, that people don't really start to make one big mistake, and when they fix it, they will already be a lot better. They just have a lot of small mistakes, and that becomes a bit not really harder, but it needs more time to fix a mistake. And like
most big mistakes I can spot myself as well, because I look at all my replays. I tend to see what the big mistake was. Usually I know it even in between game, but I'm just too lazy to fix it or something.
It's okay, I need to download the map.
You've never played Crimson Feud. What kind of top player are you? That map is genius.
Okay, I don't know. I have no map selection. I have in my team, like I use that custom team for my lobby, and I don't have the button to select the map, so I just have no map selected. So I pretty much play all the time the map that my opponent picked.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I have no map selected or if I have all maps selected with that method. Okay, I got the map. I started this.
Tell me when it's up so I can join. Actually, I have another replay I would like you to look at. After this, it's the 2v2 from the clan tournament match.
I'm in. We can Yeah, you can load. Okay, let's see. Looks not too bad. Like I like the style of the map. It looks unique. It's not like every other map with the red and gray stones.
Yeah, and there's some really cool terrain here as well. Like the two big stone hills, if you put units on them just right, nothing can hit them and they can hit everything. It's you can make some really nice defensive plays there. And there's reclaim in all the expansions
Which
possible
stones
as
do
well.
you? Which ones do you mean?
The one that
The
are
big
like
ones?
split in half, yeah.
Oh,
If
okay.
you
Yeah.
if you
Okay,
space it, you can
interesting.
see how the slope is really big on those hills. If you use them correctly, you can really screw people over. I think it happens during this match even.
Okay, yes, interesting. And there's some reclaim there on the sides. Think that arenas, yes, and pillar.
Hmm. And in the middle as well.
Oh, okay. Not sure if I like that too much. I don't really like maps that like are too generous with reclaim and just put it everywhere. But yeah, well, it
Yeah,
looks
me
not too
neither.
bad.
But it's because it's 2v2 map. I think that there's like why both expansions have reclaim to actually force people to fight over it.
Yes, but there are 4 mass extractors already. Like, there's already enough reason to fight for it.
Hmm. I'm caught up, by the way.
Okay. Yes, into your point of view as usual. And that's interesting. You build only engineers and scouts, but I actually do that sometimes too. I don't build. I just build scouts and try to see any raid and then try to avoid it.
Yeah, I was planning to go first 8 land, so I figured I didn't really need land units. And we played some test games on this map before where we experimented with second air, and I was sending labs against him at the beginning every
I think
time.
second air is not really good on this map.
No, it's not. We figured that out.
because you have like 50% of your mass in your base, and you can protect all that mass very easily with anti-air. You only need like 4 anti-air to protect the whole base, and that's so much mass in the base that he can't really harm you. He can't really slow your expansion down because you will already be busy for the first minutes to spend the mass from your base. You don't really need the other mass so fast.
Yep, and there's a lot of reclaim in the base as well if something goes wrong.
So I think yes, in a map where you have really much secure mass at the start, I think that's usually not good. And in a map where you need to spread out to expand and to get the mass, like if you wouldn't have the other start position, if it would be a 1 versus 1 map, I think then second air would be a bit better, but also not too much, because you only usually expand. I think you can expand only to one side, to the top from your position, and not to the right. And then that one side is quite easily to defend against air as well. So I think it's not really a good map for air. But I would actually like you go with your commander for the hydro plant, etc. I think actually one thing would be for sure that you should build your second factory. Like at the same now you could already have your second factory, in my opinion.
Definitely.
So and that will put you behind really much to have your second factory later, because you will have your third factory later as well, and your fourth one, and you can very hard catch up to that time loss that you have.
Yeah, I realized that as well while I was doing it, and I start building extra factories with my commander.
And then I think you can actually on this map, what I would do, at least, I never played it, but it would be the first thing I would probably do. If I would play it right now, I would do it like that, just from first impression. I would not send my SCU to the other starting position. You can do that with engineers. I would just send my SCU directly, like after building 2 factories at the start. So you have engineers free to go for the hydro with 2 engineers on the right side. And after that I would send my engineer to the top instead of going to the right, because that way I can very easily already secure the top expansion. I don't really need protection unit. I will have it very fast. And very secure.
Yeah,
and
definitely right.
That doesn't really cost me anything, because in my base I just build the same thing with engineers. We'll probably need 1 protection unit to protect the engineers at the hydro if he sends a very early lap, and then...
yeah, and here you can see how I start to suffer from not having those factories out earlier. I don't have enough mantis to do anything. I have to defend with my con instead.
Yes, but that's not too bad because your commander, like, I would have gone to the top because it's a shorter way, but you can as well go to the right side um, with your commander now. Like, yeah, I think it's a mistake to wait there. And again, like, you, I don't know, you have many engineers in your base, but you could build with them factories. You build with 2, but you could build with like 4 factories, and then you don't have to build with your commander, and instead you can use your commander to expand to the right side and to try to secure the right side. But I think for the same reason I went to the top side, or I would do it. You should expect his commander on the right side. So if you go with your commander there, then I would probably expect to meet the other commander.
I don't even go to the sides with my commander. I try to hold the middle a little bit with him instead and use units for right and top.
I think that can get actually quite interesting on this map. Like, if you go to the side and then you can try to push with your commander to the middle, through the middle, and if he don't retreat his commander fast enough, you can maybe push his base while his commander's on the side. But these are then tricky things. But at the very start, I think, yeah, I would go to the side.
I tried to play this match like I play this map a lot with a friend of mine in 2v2. And we have some tactics where we like only use units to defend the side, and everyone's commander goes there, and then we just push through the mill straight into their base. And
I think that can also bug on Moses run. You have the strategy if he goes to the side, but I would still try to go for the side. But I think it's not impossible that this also works in 1v1.
No, I tried to play this 1v1 like we would play, like I was playing 2v2, except I would be the both players.
But you are not pushing in the middle. You're sitting in your base with your commander.
I'm still building more factories.
Yeah, you need to do that with engineers. It's very wasted to use a commander for that.
Yeah, you're right. It's either 20 tanks or 2 engineers.
And now you actually, what's that? Like that looks like water a bit, but
it's not water.
Because there's even little waves or something like that.
Yeah, it's a bit weird.
But it's nice. It looks not bad. Yeah, you go for that air factory, but your power income is very even. Like you are close to power stalling if you build too much, and your mass is high, so you probably will need a bit more power to spend your mass. Like building power with 1 engineer at the moment. Like I would actually keep, like that's how I would build the power in that moment. But you can pretty much how you build the power. It's your. It doesn't really matter as long as you build it. If you send more engineers to assist your power line, but I would actually, because I don't want really much more power. I just want 2 or 3 additional power generators to spend my mass. So and if I would send an engineer to assist, then I would forget maybe to put them away and then overbuild power. So I would just build with another engineer or with 2 engineers 2 additional power generators or something like that. And to spend the mass. But actually your power is perfect. It looked like, well, it could still be 1 or 2 more or something like that when you start to build air now, but it's, well, I don't know, yeah, it's perfect, never mind. But if you are in the situation that you will need just a little bit more power, then I do it like that.
Okay, that's good to know. I'm pretty sure your way is better than mine, so...
Well, I don't know, I don't think any way, it's just a matter of preference. I don't think any way. Like some people also, they don't build a power line. They just build always, if they need power, they queue up 5 power generators and then they stop. And if they need power again, they queue up 5 power generators again. And it's not really better or worse than making a power line. And well, I guess I make a mix of both.
No, yeah, halfway through I decided I could go early T2, so I decided to play a little bit defensively because I was upgrading Nexus and factories at the same time, so that's what delayed my push.
I think that's also bad. Like if you upgrade Maxes, then that's fine. If you upgrade Tech 2, that's fine as well, but if you do both at once, that's pretty bad. Because from each of this you will have less Tech 1 units, and if you do both at once, you have really, really less Tech 1 units. And you will need also Tech 1 units, because right now you see you lost both the sides. So now you need to be really fast and take control over at least one side back to get even again.
Yeah, I think I take bottom right back in a bit.
Yes, and if you wait too long, then he will go Tech 2 as well, and he will secure his side with Tech 2. So you need to use the advantage where you are Tech 2 and he is not, to get the map control back very fast. And if you wait too long, that's really bad. Actually, at that point, yeah, air is like you should make a transport to get the sides and get all the mass
Yeah, I
four mass
completely forgot
extractors.
about that.
And also your commander, yeah, I wanted to say that you need a radar. Like if you go so aggressive, you need a radar anyway, but
Yeah,
especially if your commander is such a dangerous position, pretty much like on Primes, you need to follow your commander and build radar always as front position as possible, just to be able to protect it.
yeah, I forgot to build radar this entire game, I think.
And also scouting, right? Like at least scout once. Like, if you have an air factory, that's the least thing you should do. Send your first scout plane one time over the map to see how much factories he got, if he has like two, like stuff like that.
Yeah,
Or
I
if
was
he,
feeling pretty safe at this point because he was letting I got him a bit away from the bottom right, and he just wasted a lot of units trying to kill my
yes.
com.
Well,
So
I don't know. Yes, I would still feel very, very insecure because he doesn't have so many units. Like I think he could have more units on the map already, and if he don't, maybe he has. I don't know. And it's not really expensive to try like 4 Ghetto gunships or something like that. That's quite
yeah,
cheap.
it's true. I
Or
need to learn
yes.
to use ghettos more myself as well, especially on map like this where there's drop locations anyway. You can just
Wait,
drop
it's
your
risky
engine.
to use it. That's like from his perspective. If it would make actually sense to try to snipe you, that's a different story. But he could if he wanted, and it doesn't really cost anything to prevent that. Just one scout, and you build the scouts. That's very nice actually that you build the scouts. You just need to start to use them now.
Yeah, I always have it in my, if I'm going for, if I build a factory, I have like 5 intis, 1 scout,
Yes.
so whenever
I
I
actually
want to
do
scout.
sometimes. Like if I don't have the factory assisted, if I have it assisted, I usually need more interceptors, else I end up with too many scouts. But usually I do actually 3-to-1. But
Okay,
I
sweet.
did 5-to-1 as well for a long time. But it depends a little bit on the map and against the player. Like in some situations, you want to scout more because. But right now, 5-to-1 is more than enough because you are right. You see that he focuses a lot of Tech 1 and he builds a lot, and now you actually see Tech 2 units from him, so you know there's not really any big surprise going to happen. I would still want to make sure, but you're
Yeah,
relatively safe.
I start to scout soon. I send both the scouts out, so they fly in like, one goes by the right side, the other goes by the left side, and
Yes,
then they
that's nice
start
as well.
patrolling.
That's very nice to do, but you should at least scout his base once or from time to time, additionally.
Now, it's also a little bit because I know Calvarox very well, so we play against each other a lot to practice our 1v1, so
Okay,
I
well,
kind
if you
of know what to
yes.
expect from him as well.
Okay, that's a bit different then. But like the things like scouting that are habits, right? And
Yeah,
if you don't
definitely.
do it against him, you probably don't do it against others as well. Because if it would be a habit already, then you would just scout him, even if you know nothing is coming. You would just do it because you do it against everyone, and it's a habit. And like, I think if you're not doing it now, it's not a habit from you, and that means you don't do it against everyone. Only sometimes, if you think of it.
Yeah, no, it's especially when I try to play very seriously, which meant that I should have been doing it this match. I mean, I'm being a bit of a hypocrite by saying that. But
Yeah, it's okay. And yeah, like still an air transport would be really nice for
yeah,
extra free mass extractors. And
yeah, I'm switching very heavily to D2 now, so I wasn't thinking about air.
but the
Oh,
problem
now
is
I go
really
D2 air actually right now.
okay. But I think that's also quite strange because you have no idea how many interceptors you had. You have no idea if you have air control, and without air control, it doesn't make any sense to go Tech 2 air.
Oh yeah, now the scouts go out.
And also, I would think I would also usually build a second factory for Tech 2 Air. One time for the reason that if you scout your air factory, he will see it, that you went Tech 2 Air. And other time, you usually always want to keep building interceptors. And well, you can of course build interceptors in your Tech 2 factory. It doesn't matter so much if you have it assisted, but I think it's more comfortable to have one factory with interceptors, one factory with gunships, and then you just need to switch assist between them, something like that. So
Oh, that's actually a really nice trick. I need to keep that in mind. So. Yeah, I hear after the scout, I was actually worried about losing air control, but then I scouted and saw that he had nothing, so I didn't really worry
you can
about
actually
it.
expect him of having no air because he never scouted you. And if he would have had air, then he would have scouted you or used the air or something like that. But also at the same point, you could, like, instead of the Tech 2 air, you can go Tech 2 air, but you can also like make 5 Tech 1 bomber and bomb him a little bit, force him to build some anti-air somewhere, and you can make really nice damage because the armies are so big already that one-tech bomb bomber will hit really many units.
Yeah,
and
I
you
found
just do
that
damage.
I spam that against Aeon always. I just say fuck it because I get kited by Aurora a lot. I'm a bit tired of it, so I build only Medusa and Bombers and destroy armies in one path.
Yes, and well, like the lack of radar would have really bothered me all the time because yes, you don't know in the top left expansion, etc. You had no idea if you can be aggressive or not. Now you are, but well, still you could have actually pushed that. I think really hard. Yeah, now you do. And on the bottom right, yeah, okay, you don't like point defense, but I would have actually built a point defense on the bottom right because if he has more units, you can just retreat to the point defense and you stall him really hard. So a point defense alone is not too good, but a point defense in combination with units that really amplifies the power of the point defense because you can protect it from artillery. And if you would have one or 2 points, like if you would have 1 point defense, you maybe could have built a second one when you see he has a very big army on the bottom right side. And then you could have protected that. Because rhinos, like 1 point defense would have been enough in that case, because rhinos are really bad against point defense.
Yeah, I've noticed.
And he doesn't really have any Medusas there from what I see.
No, he had a few, but I think they all died in the end.
You can try to, that's the reason why armies in combination with point defense is really good. You just kill the Medusa and then the point defense is safe.
By the way, what's your opinion? I was building renegades because I thought I would use them to win an engagement that I would otherwise lose.
With air?
Yeah. Because he didn't have any air, so I thought if I have like a smaller army somewhere and use the renegades for the AoE damage, but I don't know, I was doubting for a few seconds between renegades and corsairs because he has no air, so I can...
for sure. Because corsairs are pretty much like, if he has no air control, corsairs are good to snipe and good to build, but if he has no air control, I think renegades are always better. If he has no anti-air, that's what I wanted to say. Corsairs are better against if he has flag, then you can snipe the flag. If he has, or you can just still drop some bombs with a corsair, even against anti-air. Also, gunships are the choice against targets without anti-air, and I think corsair are the choice against targets where that are already protected.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. This is where I didn't use my scouting information at all. I see him gathering units in middle, but I
already was to say, like, a commander, it's just there in the, like, you're not even, there's not even any reason to be there in the center. Like, there's no Mars, there's nothing, and your com is just doing there all by himself, like, I don't know what he's doing, like, watching around, and just being in a extremely dangerous situation for absolutely no reason.
And he's going to die because of it in a few seconds.
Yes, but even if you wouldn't have scouted that, like actually, especially if you wouldn't have scouted that,
should have gotten the hell out.
Yes, exactly. That you scouted it, I don't know. It doesn't really make it worse because if you didn't scout it, you would have wanted to get out even more. Actually.
But it's really stupid because I was winning the game really hard and then I die like that. But
yes, you were. But you. At the other point, like the top expansion, you need to try to get engineers there faster and reclaim everything and get the mass extractors after you raid it. Okay.
No, this was Sandbox too. So.
Okay, then I'm closing the replay.
Other replay that I have is, it's short as hell, but it was against Gorton and I tried to play really good on it. So.
Okay, send me.
I think I was ahead actually at the time of that replay, so it's kind of a personal achievement. It's also on Palms. Didn't you say that Palms was your favorite map?
Yes.
Oh, good. Yeah, I tried to play it that one because of it. I figured you would have best advice there.
Well, I think Palms is also quite hard to play if you want to play it really good, and especially like build other stuff. So I'm not sure if it's really a good map for learning the game, but I think it's a great map for playing the game.
Yeah, it makes sense. I think it's very strategic, that map. And,
Yes, and also
there's
it
so
has
many
a lot
things you can do.
possibility. Like other more maps are most maps are quite limited in the like some maps allow air, some maps allow tech 2, but Palms pretty much allows everything you want to do. You can push really hard, you can defend, you can rush tech 3, you can go heavy air, you can yeah pretty much do everything.
Oh yeah, that was also in that Crimson Feud game. I had when my com died, I almost had the T3 factory up as well.
Yeah, I think that's also a mistake because you went tech 2 air and you shouldn't go tech 2 air and tech 3 land. You should focus on one thing, then try to do damage with it and assist the tech 2 factory. And after he built anti-air everywhere and after your tech 2 air can't do anything anymore, then you can go tech 3 land. But you shouldn't try to win the game with two things at once. As long as you can, like at some point, if you do one thing, that's with everything. With tech 1, at some point, building more tech 1 units, it's not going to win you the game.
Yeah,
With tech
exactly.
2 as well. Like at some point, everything is he reacts to it and he will start to defend against it. Actually, you can go into the replay.
Yeah, I'm in the replay already.
Okay. Um, yeah, alright. 13 seconds.
Yep.
Okay. And but until that point is there where you can't do anything with something, then you should really try to focus it. And I think that applies to everything in the game. So until there is a point where Tech 1 is not going to win you the game anymore and where you can't get a big advantage from it, then it's time to go Tech 2. But until that, you should keep focusing on Tech 1.
Okay.
Like you can, like at least it wouldn't be a mistake to do it. Like you can always go to Tech 2 pretty much if you prepared well, etc. It's not really a set rule, but you shouldn't try to build then Tech 1 and something else at the same time, or go Tech 2 land and go Tech 2 air at the same time. If you do a switch to something, then you should focus on one thing and then use that, because usually, like let's say the game would have been very, very even, then you would have been in disadvantage from your Tech 2 air tech. So you need to use the Tech 2 air as fast, as massive as possible, as long as you don't have anti-air, to make up for your disadvantage and get an, like
Okay,
make
okay.
it at
Yeah,
least
that
even
makes
again,
sense.
or try to get an advantage from it. And well, after that, at some point, then the game starts again with another thing like Tech 3 land. But if you got Tech 3 land on top of that, then you make your disadvantage even bigger, and then it's very hard to come back. If the disadvantage is too big, then you can't come back from it because
No, that's very good to know actually, because I've been wondering on how I can pick the correct transition time. And that's
yes,
pretty much a golden rule to stay by.
yes, I think so too. Like there are always exceptions, right? But
Yeah, of course, but in general.
yes. And if your disadvantage is too big, it just gets impossible to get it back, because by the time you have, it just takes too much time, and by the time you take 50% of your disadvantage back, let's say map control, he will already have catched up in all the things that you had, like Tech 3 land, and you already only have 50% of your disadvantage back, so he will still be
Yeah,
ahead. So that's why time is so important in these things.
yeah, I'll definitely keep that in mind. That's something that will help me a lot.
Okay, nice.
This game is very short, by the way. But
Yes, yeah, I think again a build order, like, I don't know, would make sense as well, like maybe to watch a replay from good players, to see just the build order and maybe a bit other different things, what's happening. Yes, and you reclaim with your SEU here again, but you don't really need the reclaim, you are wasting time with reclaiming. Oh,
more because of Verlinger.
okay, yeah, we had a connection problem for a moment.
Yeah, I noticed the replay stopped as well, and it's maybe my connection messing around a bit.
Yes, that's alright, yes. I said you wasted time with your commander reclaiming, when you don't need the reclaim.
No, it happened again this match, indeed. No, I did pretty much the same thing I did against Calvarox
Yeah, I'm seeing that.
to see how it works against a better player. Gorton played pretty bad in this one, I think, because his mouse was messing around or something.
Excuses.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So
don't
he
know,
said last
but
time when I played him in team game in Open Palms, I killed him, and he was like, "Yeah, my teammates didn't. He lost because of teammates." Then I looked at the replay, and I was walking into him with gun, and I had overcharged a lot of his units, like 20 units with one overcharge, and his allies all dumped him crazy amounts of power so he could get gun faster. So yeah, excuses.
well, it doesn't have to be like. Sometimes these things are excuses, and sometimes they are true. Never know. Um, yeah, he bombs your engineer, and um, yes, I think like with your build, with so land focus, yeah, I don't know. I can like you use the same build, so I can only tell the same thing again. You need to be more aggressive because you have more units, and need to use it.
I think I start going. I start attacking a lot of his stuff soon.
Yes, but it's too late. Oh, he makes a
Yeah.
very nice bomb there.
Yeah, he does another one right after. You should see this one. This one's really
Yes.
beautiful. Boom, that's like six targets. So what? 1,800 damage from one bomber. I think I forgot about my units because I was giving build orders.
Mm. Yeah, okay, that can happen. Like that's all. But yeah. Well, if you were earlier aggressive, that would have been much better. If you didn't, like, that would have also not allow him to bomb you.
Yeah, definitely. My units were clumped up. It kind of triggered the attacks from me.
So he actually helped you because you wouldn't have attacked.
Yeah, I would have still been busy giving build orders for things.
Yes, especially if he has air. Like, I think it's really important to realize that you should have more units at the moment and that you need to use them.
Yep, definitely. That's how I killed him that other time. He built an air factory, and I immediately started raiding him like crazy. Now here I kind of stupidly run into units that I could have killed easily if I kept my mantis together.
Yes, I also wonder why you want to go, like, yeah, you want to cross the whole map. I think it was a mistake. You selected all your units. You wanted to have the one on the right side. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, then it's not really a big mistake. It's just a little, yeah, like it's not a mistake that you don't know that that's bad. It just happens to make a mistake sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
And aside from that, like your economy is looking good. At some point, yeah, again, like at some point there will be, I think I told you that before, or was it someone else, not sure. At some point on Palms, you will start to have really much mass at once.
Yeah, right.
Because
When
all your mass
building
extractors will finish, and you need to prepare energy for that. Like at some point, at the start, one engineer building power is usually enough, but at some point you will need a bit more additionally to spend all the mass. I think that point is like, well, it depends a bit. Like right now it's fine with one because you didn't get your left expansion and you didn't get the back. But imagine you would have the 4 mass extractors from the left expansion and your 3 back mass extractors, then you wouldn't have enough energy to spend all the mass. So you need to adjust your power depending on how well he rates you. If he rates you a lot, then you will need less power, and if because you can't spend, you will have less mass to spend. But if he rates you not so much, then you will need to prepare a bit more power to spend all the mass.
Yeah, I think I got some good rating off now. I denied one of his expansions.
Yes, but it's probably a mistake from him that he allowed that to happen so easy.
Yeah. What do you think about ignoring the side with the commander on? I tend to do that because it's
Just
kind
go
of
through the
pointless
middle.
to.
Just go through the middle.
Well, what I mean that expansion where his commander is, I tend to.
Yeah, that's very strong. Like I actually think if the other player does it as well, you have to do that, and that's is a meta game. Like I didn't want to tell you that because it's also very risky, and like as long as your opponents don't do it, you don't have to do it as well. But usually you ignore the 4 mass extractors on your expansion. It just makes a 2 on the way, and then you directly walk on the enemy side on the map.
Oh, okay.
That's a meta game on Palms usually. But that's
Good
also
to know.
very I didn't want to recommend that to you because I don't want you to walk there and then die and then you think, okay, damn.
No,
Uh,
no, no. I won't do it.
um,
Like I'll practice with it first before I start using it
yes,
in
but
actual
it's really
game.
difficult to judge, even for me often. Well, at the start at least, when I started, was quite good on palms. I did that a lot, and but people just started to snipe me. Just made
Oh,
prepared
look.
ghettos for me and just did things like that. So I had to play a bit more careful and scout more often. And that's actually when I learned to play really, really careful when I am aggressive with my SEU. That was
Yeah,
pretty much all on palms because I was so good on palms that people couldn't win against me at some point, like no one at all. Um, and then they started to snipe me all the time. And I needed, like, I got sniped 5 times or something like that, and then I learned to adjust. Oh, the replay is over for some reason.
yeah. That's because he DC'd. This is kind of
Oh,
report.
okay, and yeah, you see he does it, and it backfires. That's exactly the problem. He pushes his SEU, but if you push the SEU, you will need enough units to not die. And
Yeah.
but at the same time, you don't want to have too many units because you will lag them on the other side otherwise. So that's the difficulty about it.
Yeah, I tried to take the moment I saw his commander there. I saw he had big push in mid, so I sent my comm there to help my unit, so I didn't have to put so many reinforcements to the middle side. And I wanted to push the right side at the same time while
Yes,
while
but I
trying
think
to kill
usually
him on
against
the
a
left.
really good player, that would have been really bad because his ACU would be on the left side. He would deny you expansion completely, and then you play with 3 expansion against 1. Like you raid his expansion, but he will get it back, and you won't get the left expansion back because his commander is there and he will deny it. So you will play with 3 expansions against 1, and then you lose the game. So usually, if you can prevent that by trying to send the ACU on the same side as him.
Yeah, I always try to do that. I hate having my ACU on the opposite side
Yes, I
from the
don't like
enemy.
it too much either. So yeah, or you can as well then just try when he does it, gather enough units and try that, hope that he makes a mistake and not having enough units there. And that's quite easy. At that point of the game, he won't have so many units, and he will need a lot of units elsewhere. So you can try to kill the SU while it's taking the Matrix structures. And usually the SU will then build a point defense, etc. But 1 point defense also, it's not going to do too much. If you have a few artillery, you can still usually,
Yeah, I
as
always
long as
put
the SU is there, it's always in danger, and you can always try to kill it. You just need enough units, and but there's always an opportunity if you don't have enough units himself.
Yeah. I always put RT. My like normal land build queue is 1 land scout, 5 mantis, and 1 medusa.
Yeah, that should give you enough. Actually, that's interesting to note. At some point, I would increase the Medusa mix because
Yeah, I do that
armies get
sometimes.
bigger. Okay, that's very nice. And well, but at the same time, if you look at from Gordon's perspective, if you imagine you would be in his perspective, then you should actually think about not taking that risk of pushing with SU because he got the right side completely. So he already have an advantage, and he raided you in the back quite well. Like you raided a bit better, but it's not. You can see the mass income is completely even, and he will have the middle a bit. He will probably get the other side as well because that's also a mistake from you from giving the sides up for free.
Yeah, I forgot to build factories.
Yeah, also at some point you will maybe even need to transport. But it doesn't really matter how you get them, but you need to try to get them because if you lose both of them, then
you're far behind it. It's just as much mass as from one of the expansions.
Yeah, you will lose again. Like if you lose both sides, you pretty much need to win the game in the next few minutes. Else he just defend, and he just wait until he outproduce you and until you bleed out from the mass. And that's the reason why. And if at the same time, if you have the sides, then you shouldn't do what Gordon does. Like you shouldn't take any risk with your commander. You should just wait. Be like, okay, I just defend. I just wait until I have enough units to make 100% sure I will kill him. And there's not really any reason to
attack anymore.
Risk anything when you are ahead. And like you should not be too passive, but you should only do attacks when you know they are going to work and do little raids everywhere, right?
So basically be as annoying as possible.
Yes, but not taking any risks. And also at some point you need to. That's quite interesting as well. You should have enough units to put them in front of his units pretty much and threaten to attack him. You don't need to attack him, But as long as you threaten to attack him, then he will need to build more units as well, and you will build more units all the time, right? So you
Yeah.
don't give him any room to do something else, because if you don't build enough units, then you can attack him.
Now, what I usually do, especially if it's not Cyber and I'm playing against this, I take all the. If there's like a big army gathered up and a big army against it, instead of like threatening him, I just take all my Medusa and I start kiting him with them.
Yeah, that as well. But that's also already one step more than the threat. You already try to do damage and attack him a bit. But even if you wouldn't do that, like, yeah, you should not put the army completely like in your base at your mass extractor and defend. You should try to still attempt to be a bit aggressive, see opportunities, and not be super defensive. Like I think that's important when playing defensive, not to play as long as you're ahead, not to play too defensive.
I try to go by the principle that a tank that's not doing anything is wasted tank.
Yes, exactly. That's a very good principle.
And if it's just threatening an enemy army that he has to put units there, it's already fine by me. Then I feel like the tank is doing something. But if it's like just sitting somewhere,
yes,
just
exactly.
chilling,
And that's exactly what you want to do. You want him to threaten, but you don't really want to risk anything and just try to push him. It's not necessary, because you will win the game if you don't waste your units. Okay.
Okay, so one more replay before we move on to pro replays. I will, if you don't mind, is the 2v2 game from the tournament.
Yes, it's your lesson. I don't mind anything. You can you can decide what you want.
I think I was losing because Taffy just had a much better build order than me, but let me just send this to you, and then I need to go to the toilet real quick. I'll be right back. Yo, I'm back.
Okay, you can load.
Yep, I'm loading. I made another big mistake here, is that I was trying to... I had a plan that I made, and that was to kill him with a ghetto gunship, but I accidentally cancelled the ghetto, which is really stupid.
You had a plan, or like you both had a plan together?
Yeah, but the plan on the south side went completely to hell, so...
I think if you go for the ghetto gunships, then like one player should build the transport, other player should build the labs, etc. in a 2 versus 2.
We did something like that, because he was failing his... we were planning that to use Seraphim transport with Cyber Labs, but his side was going really to hell, so he just gave me NG and I built the Seraphim transport instead.
Okay, that sounds quite late.
It's loaded. Yeah, everything went late. We were having a really hard time.
Okay, yeah, I think this map, like you really need to do a team strategy, and it comes down to micro probably a lot, and need to care not to go to push too hard with tag one spam is probably what would be the biggest threat, and then yeah, it gets quite dangerous, and I think
Yeah, and we were heavily outmatched as well because, of course, those two are much better than we are. So
yes, so I think trying a strategy against better player like that, like ghetto gunships, is very useful. It's cheese, right? But
yeah,
that's how you
exactly.
win against. That's how
That
you win
was.
against better players.
We asked Gorton if he had any ideas for us, and he said we should just cheese it. So we decided to cheese.
Okay, but yeah, let's see how that goes. Because well, from you it's not too hard. You just need to build land factories. Like for him, it's a lot harder if he needs to build the transports. Um, and he needs to he needs to build something there, right, and really rush the transport hard.
Yeah, but we were planning to do it a little bit later in the game. We were afraid we would fall way too far behind on spam and just get instantly rolled because
I think that thought is wrong, because at the start they can't really push your base, they can't really threaten you with anything if you go for the transports. But as long as you wait, as bigger the army become and as dangerous it will be to do something. At the start you have a little bit time where no, he can't really do too much damage to you.
Yeah, so it would be much easier to make the ghetto pay for itself.
Yes, well, and I think you should try to build two or something like that, right? If you build an air factory, so build one, then send it to the base. Actually, well, I don't know. I wouldn't send it to the base. I would make 2 or 3, and then just hope they push in my base, and that's usually what people would do if they see there's not too much, and then try to snipe the commander.
Yeah, I wanted to use it to kill the commander. I had my plan was to have the ghetto hovering over his commander.
Yeah, I think it doesn't make sense to try to kill the base with the ghetto here, because you just build anti-air and...
Yeah, and then it's over. But I had this plan where I would focus fire his comm with all my units when I had a lot, and use the ghetto to damage him as well, and hopefully kill him fast enough, because I figured I've played against Effie before and he completely destroys me, so I thought I had no chance.
If you had only one ghetto, yeah, I would build 2 or 3 or something like that, and then but really fast. I would at the moment already start building them.
Okay, so use ghettos earlier, that's a good thing to know.
Well, if you go for cheese, then you need to cheese as soon as possible, because as longer you wait, as more you increase the risk of dying before your cheese is done. Or as longer you take the risk as they will build an air factory and scout this cheese and prepare for it. And as well, if they don't scout, they will get suspicious because you don't have anything, right? So and as longer you wait, as bigger the risk becomes for it to work, in my opinion. Like you can still build a ghetto gunship later if you spam a lot with tech 1 against each other, but it will be hard against such if you would be even players, it would be not too hard, I guess. But
yeah, I have no problem cheesing against people my own level. I can completely
when you outmatches both, then I think as longer you wait, as more difficult it becomes. And I think also very strong in this kind of maps, another plan would maybe be to try to rush a gun upgrade for one player, because you have a lot of trees, you can reclaim a lot, and you just need to pretty much, let's say every player both build 200 power or 250 power. It's not really very much. You almost have it with 3 reclaim. I think 200 power are enough. That are 10 pigeons. Both players build 10 pigeons, and then 3 reclaim, and then you just give the power to one player for 30 seconds. He rushes the gun upgrade, and yeah, then he got it. And the other player just need to survive a little bit. Because of course he made a little bit more power, he will have a little bit less units, and he will produce no units for a short while once one player makes a gun upgrade.
Yeah, we were planning for Grass to get gun and for me to get the...
Yes, but it's already late.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, all the plans got ruined because there was too much pressure, and I was trying to micro my units.
To expect that, yes. And you also overbuild power a bit. Like if you don't, okay, if you plan the gun like that, then you need to really rush it hard. And like at the moment, he could make gun at the moment. Like with 2 engineers assist, if he makes a gun in his base, if he is his commander in the base, then he will get it done before he will die. But it's somewhat risky, but it would be possible, and you would have the energy. So if you prepare the gun, now would be probably time to make it, the last chance to make it, rather than that.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right, because we didn't get any chances later on.
And where if you don't plan the gun, then you made a bit too much power.
Well, it was in the plan, but we didn't get to execute it. That kind of sucks. Kiitos.
And when you suspect like his build order was much better than yours, then I can't help you too much because I see only your point of view and I didn't check his build order. But now interesting on the map is of course that the normal position players, they have that 5 or 6 rocks, so it's expected actually that they should win.
Yeah.
And that they have more units because they have much more mass. So I think you're not doing too bad at the moment. Because
I think Grass dumped me mass a few times because he couldn't use it.
Okay, yeah, then it evens out a little bit here. But usually I think I would expect that one player. And that's also the reason why I would make the player on the hill make the gun. Because he will have a better position.
You can really see that we're really roughing it at this point. I'm having trouble microing my units to good positions because he's locking them in more or less with his commander, and I've already
at that
taken
point,
too
like
much damage.
the quality between the player just makes a difference. Like that would be a thing where like I can give you like micro lessons as well, right? But it's not going to win you a game usually. But it can be useful. Like here, I see a lot of improvements that can be made in the micro.
No, I was very stressed though. I was trying. I think I was winning some exchanges with units at least. But.
Yes, but you could have done a lot better. Like, and you don't really have anything else to do on this map, so it really comes down to micro because the other player, like Taffy, won't fail micro because he also don't have anything to do. Like you don't really need to manage base or like take mass extractor. Like on Palms you have so much to do, but here you have pretty much 90% of your attention it can go into micro.
Yeah, definitely.
And I think your unit, you should have had a bit more Medusa here. Especially in that kind of situation where you siege each other with a commander, then you can do a lot of damage with your Medusas against his commander. And actually for him it's even better with Lobos against your commander. If you don't, if he tries it 5 times and he just hit you 1 time with like 3 Lobo
yeah, then I'm dead.
Yeah, you're directly down like 2000 hit points a gun. So, and at some point it will happen usually. So I think that's very strong also as UEF. Maybe even better than with Seraphim, something like that, because Seraphim will maybe hit sometimes, but the UEF, if you just hit 1 time with a few, then even if you hit only 1 out of 10 times, then it's really, really strong.
No, I also didn't realize that he didn't have overcharge, so I was afraid to use my units, otherwise...
Yeah, now he micros a lot better than you, because his commander is fighting, your commander is out of range, and you just feed them units at the moment, and he uses his units behind his commander, so he's not losing anything, he just got 3 veterans here pretty much, and 3 unit skills in that situation. And now your commander is in range, and...
yeah, and he's alone.
No, but you walk a bit too far. But it's okay, and right now it's opposite. Now it's good for you. Like he has way too many units already, but now, okay, now that's a mistake that you move in, because you had the advantage that his commander was not shooting anything, your commander was shooting. So
I tried to kill him here. Oh, he actually got it.
Yeah, but you could have tried to, okay, the situation was already bad, but if you had even units or something like that, then you could have tried to avoid the SU with all your units and just fight against his units with your units and pull your units to the left and back, so they are not in range of the SU anymore.
Yeah, and here is where I would have used the ghetto to kill him.
Yeah, I don't know.
If I did not cancel it by accident.
I don't think that's going to really work, because you can build anti-air fast. You can't really expect that you survive so long, usually, if you have less units. At that point, it's already way too late. And you can't also really expect him to, like, if you have the ghetto, then you shouldn't really expect him to lose so much HP in that fight.
No, I planned to focus fire him with all my units and together with the ghetto, hopefully
Yes,
doing
but then all
enough
your
damage.
units die really fast, and then you do probably even less damage. So I don't think that's a really good play. Like, okay, it can work, right? But I wouldn't
No,
really rely on it.
it was a bit desperation move as well, so.
Okay.
But it's still good to know. So if I cheese, I should do it earlier. That's.
Well, if you choose with the ghetto, well, it depends, right? But in that situation, it wouldn't have worked in my opinion. I wouldn't have tried it. But it's not really a general rule with cheesing early. You can also cheese a bit later, but the risk becomes a bit higher for it not to work. Yes.
No. You're right. You're right. And it's at least food for thought for me.
Okay. So, no more replays from you?
Nope, those were all I had prepared.
Yes, we can watch, but usually, like, I make this kind of training games. That was actually what I would do now, but if you say it's not going to work, because I'm not sure what pro replay, like a good player replay, I would really want to pick, because there's not really any, like, we can talk, I can teach you something, but not too much, because usually it's very nice to see what to do on maps if you have no idea, right? But pretty much what I've seen, you pretty much know. You are not anywhere in the situation where you don't know what to do.
Yeah, I had that when I started out playing, but now
Yes.
I try to keep a plan. I think it was Shepard who told me to just always have a plan on how you're going to kill your enemies. So.
And that's where good players replay come in, and also a lot on the maps, how to play Catan maps. That also helps a lot. We could maybe watch on Open Palms.
That would be nice.
I will just put, let's say, 2000 rating. Let's try to find one from Christ.
And Crazy Chariot.
Yes.
Oh, he's one of my favorite players.
Yeah, for me as well.
I like how he's often extremely aggressive. I try to do that
I
as
really
well.
like his playstyle and how he plays in general. Also, he's a very nice person.
I tried to learn from Slow's replays, but his playstyle is, I don't know, somehow weird or something.
Yeah, it is weird for sure. Like, I wouldn't try to copy it as if you want to learn the game. Like, I really love his playstyle. I think he has the most interesting playstyle from everyone.
Yeah,
I really like.
He's really nice to watch, but
I
like
really
said,
like not
hard
only to
learn.
watch him, but I really like to play against him as well, because it's very interesting games.
I got him to play against me one time, but he killed me at 8 minutes or something.
I'm trying to find a good one. There are so many. Yeah, there's one against me, but I had no build order at that point, and I just lost. With just less units.
Maybe that.
I'm not really seeing, like, I see only 2 replays against him from him against Lushun, and they're only 10 minutes long.
There's one against Yamadharma, that's 20 minutes. But
Where's that?
the first one, if you look, search by him, by name. It's on Badlands.
Well, on Badlands, yes, but we wanted to watch Open Palms, right?
Oh yeah, right, I forgot.
So, probably watch from someone else. Like, won't really make such a, like, I just think great split orders. Mine is actually probably better, probably at least even, but there's no replay with it, because I never played it. And what else do we have here? That looks actually really good. And the 6th Palms King 4 against Lucian.
Pawn Kings 4. Let me find it.
Actually, wait, you don't even have to find it, I forgot. You just need to connect to me.
Oh, right. Tell me when it's up. Sorry if you hear some eating noises, by the way. I made lunch while I was away as well.
Yeah, I don't mind, it's alright.
Time is going so slow. I thought we would be at 3 or 4 hours already.
Yeah, it's going. I noticed the same because usually when I give this kind of lessons, the time goes really really fast, and I always think like can do so much things more, but then time is already so progressed. So not sure. Okay.
Oh, it's nice, I guess. I'm learning a lot, so that helps.
Yes, and okay, you can load. I would actually still maybe recommend to try to play one game and see how it goes, just to confirm that it doesn't work. Because I
Yeah,
think
sure.
if it works, it would help you more than at the moment, at least, than watching good gameplay. It will help, but I think if the other thing would work better, then I think from what you told me, that would have been better.
Okay,
Or
well, let's try that after this.
would be better. But yeah,
Grace's point of
yes,
view?
yes, Grace's point of view. I think that's also nice because he lost. To see replays from a losing perspective, so well, both is very nice. See replays, and I think you should do both if you really want to like watch replay. Sometimes it probably makes even sense to watch the same replay from both perspectives. So
Yeah,
you can.
I do that a lot. Usually,
yes.
if I win, I watch from enemy's perspective, and if I lose, I watch from my own.
Yes, but yeah, that's what I mean. But I think it's also like, well, from your own replays, not so much, but from good players' replays, also to watch the winning perspective, because to see how you should play if you are winning, because you should usually play a lot more safe and take a lot more risks. And if you're behind, then you need to take a lot more risk and try to push something and try to get an advantage somehow, because if not, you're going to lose sooner or later, and you don't
Yeah,
want. As
definitely.
longer as you wait, as worse the problem becomes when you're behind. But also if you watch Grace, it doesn't mean he has to be behind. He just lost the game, but maybe he was ahead all the time. But you should, at the moment, just focus on his build order. Like, if you have any question to it, you can probably ask it. But I think for now, I would just recommend to watch it very with much attention.
Yeah,
And
it looks like he's planning to go early T2 max.
I think not. He just does that in case. Like, it's not with a plan. But at some point he will make one, and then it will be useful.
Isn't that very risky at this level, though? Because if his opponent just starts hover bombing him, oh, Cyber can't hover bomb, right?
Yeah, I also think first bomber on open palms is not really going to work too much. And also, if that happens, you can like you can't really hover bomb power generators because the ACU will repair them while he bombs them. That's pretty much the counter to getting bombed with power. You repair the power generators while he bombs them.
Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah, ACU need to be close to it, of course, but I think it should be. And but pretty much doing first bomber on palms, I think it's really bad.
Oh yeah, he does what you mentioned. Instead of third NG, he uses his com to assist the hydro first,
Yes.
and then get there right after. Oh wow,
Yeah.
lab in space.
Yes, okay, that's interesting. Lucian probably had a scout, and he knows. I think actually Lucian probably checked his build order, right? And countered it. So that's quite.
Oh wow, that's rough though to have.
Well, I had that lab. He didn't really do too much damage. But when I was so good on pawns, like I had the build order, and people really they analyzed my replays and they made build orders just against my build order to counter me. So I had to make another one and vary between them, so it wouldn't work anymore. And so they never knew what was coming from me, so they didn't knew how they should counter it.
Yeah, I need to start doing that as well. Well, against
Well,
random people in ladder, it doesn't matter so much.
No, and
It's
even
for-
with top, like now I wouldn't do it anymore because I don't play so much pawns, and I'm like, people only did it because they really wanted to beat me because I couldn't. Right, because yeah, I didn't lose a single game there on that map for a very long time, so they really wanted to put the effort into it. But I think against normal players, like no one does it. No one really bothers to counter build order or something like that. Maybe a little bit, but they don't really spend really much time to prepare something.
Yeah, for us, for me, it happens a lot because we play a lot of 1v1 matches inside the clan, and me and Calvarox are more or less even on level, so we are the ones that usually get challenged, and people know how we play, so
Yes. Well, I
our
think
build
it's
orders get countered sometimes. So.
yeah, but I think these people they just react to what you're doing and just I don't think they really make a build order and sandbox again, especially against that. So it's kind of it's the same thing but more extreme.
But, yeah, indeed.
You can actually see one very interesting thing what Christ does. What like not only I did that as well, but he really likes to do that on Palms. He mixes engineers in his air factory because he just wants to build enough air to defend against air. He don't really want to use air, so he will save a lot of power and will get more engineers from that. So that's a very nice thing. I don't do that on Palms because I think if I build an air factory, I can as well build a little bit more offensive air and just make bombers. But if you only want to use air defensively, and that has a big advantage that he needs to build less power, so he will have more mass free for units. So it's a trade-off.
I'm a bit confused though, because he's not making land scouts in his armies, but he also doesn't have any radar. He has literally no radar at this moment, only Omni from Com.
I think making scouts is a mistake, in my opinion, but it's not too bad as normally because he trusts that his build order is so good, and he also like with that air factory, right? He builds less power, and so he will have no more units. So he will trust that he has more units, and he trusts his judgment not to run into anything bad. So I think maybe I don't think it's a mistake, and he will get for every 4 scouts like 1 mantis more. I would build scout as well. But I don't think it's a real direct mistake, even when I wouldn't do it. I think you can do it, but then you need to be a really, really good player, and you need to trust that you have more units.
Yeah, and well, after this exchange, he definitely has more units.
Exactly, and then you don't really need scouts that badly, because he knows where Lucian's engineers are, he knows where the commander is, etc. Like, he doesn't know for sure, but he predicted.
Oh wow, he reacts so fast at the top right to the focus fire that NG.
Yes. And can actually see how passive he is on the left side. I think that's a mistake. Like, he has 12 mantis there, and he's very, very passive with them. He should use one of his interceptors to scout his ACU. And then, but you can see it, like, he plays like he has a map pack. He intercepted 2 mantis because he predicts that Lucian will raid there, because he knew.
Yeah, he did see it indeed when he was. I could at least see the RD shell one flying, and I was wondering where it was. So
okay, that too. But even if he doesn't see it, he can kind of predict. Okay, Lucian has a few units there, but Lucian saw all my 10 mantis, so he's not trying to push that, but he will expect the 10 mantis to raid himself, so he will try to sneak past the 10 mantis. So even without scouts he can do it. But I think I would just build a scout to make sure it doesn't cost anything, and then you can see it easily, and you don't have to do all that thinking. You don't really think about it, right? You just do it. It's unconscious. Unconscious? No, subconscious.
Yeah, subconscious.
But yeah, I think, and now he actually starts like he has a made the first start. That only at the very start where he really wants to maximize his units. I wouldn't recommend doing it, but it's interesting to see.
Yeah, but he can. I guess he can work a lot by experience, and if he really needs emergency info, he can always just use his planes to fly over there, or just make scout plane
Yes,
if
and you
he's
can see
not
his
sure.
economy balance is really, really good. Like, he spends all his mass, he don't store mass, his energy, it's perfect.
Mm.
And now he has a little bit of energy
Yeah,
free,
but
and he
that
built
was
a second
because
air factory.
he's building second air factory.
Yeah, he did
Oh
already.
yeah.
Because he has a bit more energy, probably.
Mm.
Um, or he wants to focus a bit more air as he wants, but
I think he's not microing a lot though. I see a lot of units just standing still doing
yes,
nothing.
I think he's too busy. Like that Mantis, as a tab left, like, and I think that's a big mistake as well because, like I said before, he needs to be with that 10 Mantis on the left side. He had them since the start of the game, and they didn't use anything. And at the start of the game, 10 Mantis is huge, and he
Yeah,
needed
indeed.
to use them really badly. I think if he didn't do that, he would have been really, really much ahead already, and he could have just split a few Mantis to protect his engineer. Like, it was very right to protect his engineer, but he should have expected that Lucian is not going to raid with 10. He can just split a few, and with the other one, he could have maybe raid the back expansion, made the whole left side, raid the whole left side,
Mm.
and that would have given him a really, really big advantage. And so right now he lost that advantage because he didn't use that units very well.
Yeah, and he gave free vet as well, and the damage on com is pointless anyway
Yes,
because
and
Cypern regenerates so fast.
it's also quite bad that he plays without radars. But, well, if you are so confident that you have more units, and if you are very, very aggressive, then you expect him to only defend, and you force him to defend, and you expect that you won't be have to defend, so radars are not that important. I would still build them always. But they are not that critical as if it's a very even situation. So if you're
And
super aggressive, then yeah, radar, and also scouting, because there's not really much he can do. You will see everything he does because you force him to
yeah.
react to you.
I'm really surprised he's not reclaiming more. He just got pretty big mass dump on his left side, but not using it. And he's
Yes,
stalling
well,
mass,
he's
so he
too busy,
definitely
right?
needs it.
He's too
Yeah,
busy. And on the right side, I think like that's quite bad. There's no radar, and also von Lucian, he could raid that because the ACU is totally out of position. So I really don't like
now
at
he
all
gets
to build
radar.
factories there with the ACU. Yes, now he got a radar, and but you can see Lucian, he could just raid all that mass extractors there. Easily, and that's the reason why I don't like to use the ACU to build there, because you give up the sides, and or why I like to build a point. Yeah, and now he starts to build a point defense there, but Lucian can just scout and walk past the point defense and still raid everything. Chris actually
Yeah.
made a mass extractor there. I think it was a misclick for sure. Tech 2 mass extractor on the right side at the front.
Oh my god.
It's also
That's horrible. I guess that's why he was stalling as well.
yes.
And he's upgrading the one in the space as well. Oh, I guess
But you
that's
can
not.
also see how aggressive he is. He avoids the ACU, but he just don't really care about the ACU being there. He don't run into it, but he still tries to raid that side.
No, that's something I definitely want to pick up.
But that's hard to do, right? And you need a lot of attention. And yeah, he kills the Hydro, and he just avoids the ACU because the map is so big. That's usually why I build point defense with the ACU. And Lucian does that as well. He has point defense on the left side. But he also needs units because Grace has a Medusa, so the point defense gets countered. So if he protects the point defense with his ACU, then Grace will just sneak right from the ACU where the two mass extractors are and raid there and sneak past. And if he goes there with the ACU on the two mass extractors, then he will he will kill the point defense. So Lucian also will need units to defend that, and the ACU is not enough. You always need ACU and unit support if you want to defend on palms that area, or like usually point defense and ACU. But yeah, then you bring artillery and it's countered.
Yeah, what I like to do on palms as well is once once it gets far enough to just a random point, but to hear your opinion on it. Usually, if palms game lasts very long, or really any map that has like ridges, like in your starting base in palms, I like to drop my ACU on top of the ridge so it can't get killed so easily by land units. If it's like a really violent game.
I don't know. I think I don't really like that too much because you die easier to air, and like you rather should put your ACU. Like at some point, if the game is long, I just make a shield, right? And
Yeah, true.
if you have land units in your base already that are going to kill your ACU, then putting your ACU on the hill is not going, like, it's not going to do much because you lose the game anyway if there are units in your
Yeah,
base.
true. He tries to wall off the middle, but isn't that kind of pointless? I mean, he's not really planning to hold it, and
Yeah, well, it
Bonanji
will
will
slow
just
him. It
reclaim
will
it.
slow him a bit, die, etc. So, well, if he finishes the wall, then it's not really going to protect it, but it will slow him down. So he will have the mass extractors a little bit longer, and the wall costs nothing. There's no reason not to try it. It's nice.
Yeah, true.
It's not going to do too much, but
For every second longer that he holds it, the wall already pays for itself. So I guess it makes sense.
but pretty much I think Grace had a very big early advantage, but yeah, he kinda didn't really use the units well enough. But it's very hard to do, and it's a bit luck as well. Like.
Yeah, and he put many resources in getting the top right as well, and the bottom right now too. Or bottom left.
Yeah, and he should scout that. So, like, he doesn't really scout much.
No, he barely has any radar still, only one.
Yes, I think right now, like at the start, I think it's reasonable to play like that, like because you maximize your aggression. It's very hard, and I wouldn't do it because it's still a risk, but you can at least get something out of it. But at that point in the game, there's not really any reason anymore not to build the radars, not to scout more often. It's not reasonable at all anymore. And like Lucian can just snipe in at the moment. Like he has 22 interceptors, he has no idea Lucian could have 10 gunships, whatever. Snipe his SU, he could also Grace has no idea how many units Lucian has. And that's a real problem because you really need to judge the amount of units to see if you can attack. Because if you have more units than him and you don't attack, then you will usually fall behind because you don't use your unit advantage. And if he has less units, that means he has more economy usually, or invested the mass in something else.
No. Well, he can see how many Tech 2 mass extractors.
No, he can't. That's a really big problem. That's what I told you in the other game. You want to scout at least each mass extractor once. And like, usually if you take the mass extractor, he can't see the back mass extractors. Maybe he has Tech 2 there. He can predict, okay, maybe he don't, right? But he won't know. So he should make sure that that's also if you know, like it's very hard to know that, but if you know that the player didn't scout any mass extractor from you, then you test these mass extractors. Like I think in your place, I think that more applies to really good players. Because people against who you play, they don't really know that, and right? But then you take the mass extractor that the other people don't scout it, so the people won't suspect you of being ahead in echo, so they won't be so aggressive. Because if they see that you echo, then they will be more aggressive because they think they have more units, and they are right. But if they can't see your mass extractor, then it's a little bit more unlikely that they will think that. At least.
Oh wow! How did Lucian? Sorry to interrupt, but. I was surprised at how Lucian managed to sneak that rhino to the behind.
He dropped it.
Ah, okay. I didn't even see it at all.
He dropped on the right side, and yeah, now Christ. I'm not sure. Like it's very hard to say now from only his perspective. Why exactly he's losing the game, and that's the reason because the reason is he don't scout and he don't have radar. So it's in that situation he don't know why he's losing the game. He don't know what he needs to do to turn the game and what he needs to do to winning. And I think I found the reason. He went Tech 3, rushed Tech 3, and that's the reason why Lucian has so many more Tech 2 units.
Oh wow!
Why he raided the left side. I actually think that's a mistake because Tech 3 units now. That's the point with attacking, what I think I explained before. Now he is behind and he needs to make up for the disadvantage, right? But by the time he will get his left side back and secured with his Tech 3 units,
Lucian will have Tech 3 as well.
Lucian will have Tech 3 as well. So you shouldn't be ahead because the left side would be raided. So to make it even, he would actually need to raid something himself with the Tech 3. He actually managed to raid the right side, but I think that's a mistake from Lucian of not preparing or moving fast enough. That's hard to say without observers.
Isn't it a bit of a mistake as well to like raid the right side when he could put those units elsewhere, because he has those mobile missile launchers on the top right, so you'd think that that would be enough to break that side down instead of using those units for them. That's what I would do.
Yes, but part-wise. Because the 2 mass extractor for once, right? He can't take them with mobile missile launchers, and as well you see that now he sneak past the back, and then one more thing is, Dushin is tax 3 as well. He can't really raid anywhere else, so he had to use the opportunity he had there, because it's not like he can just. But it would have been a better move to have the units on the left side. He wouldn't have lost his left side. He could have defended this with that units. But then, his right side, because Dushin had units there, just not fast enough. So if he had all the units to defend his left side, he would have been a bit vulnerable on the right side instead. So he was already behind. But I think it would have been better to have all that units instead of trying to raid his right side of Dushin, defend his own left side. And then if he would have kept that, the tax 3 tech would have not really set him behind. So that's when you want to tax 3, if you manage to hold your side while attacking and you don't lose it. If you lose it, then sometimes it can still work out okay if you get after that an advantage from tax 3, but usually it will be quite. Usually if you lose too much map control while you tech, then the tech was to a bad time and it was a mistake.
Doesn't it cancel it out a bit though, because he has both the ridge expansions?
Yes, that's true. But with that,
there's some reclaim there as well.
With that, it takes even more important, like not to take any risk with stacking. He can just wait until the sites are 100% secure, and then he takes.
Like I'm still surprised that he has so little reclaim though. Isn't that kind of a big mistake? I mean, he only has 5.4k and it's already 18 minutes in. You know?
Yes, but you need to think, like, he can reclaim all those trees. I think that's useful. I don't really do that as well. He reclaims a bit. He could spend, like, I don't know, 50 more engineers on reclaiming everywhere, but that wouldn't be too much. And reclaim and mass, there weren't really any big fights going on. Like, there's only a lot mass on the left side, but he can't get that.
Yeah, true. On the right side there's almost nothing. He dumped all his reclaim in Lucian's side.
Yes, and there weren't really too many fights going on. After the very start, the game was already passive for a long time. And like, not having reclaim is not really a mistake. Not getting reclaims that you could get, that's a mistake. But that's not really, like, he can try in the middle, but he already sent an engineer to the middle to go to reclaim that. So he tries.
Oh wow, Lucian has been really cheeky master.
Yes. And what I would also do in that point of situation, like, I would tech my tech 2 ACU to tech 2, probably make a shield some point defense just to secure the right side a bit, or pull it back into the base. Also the tech 2 will give you more security against snipes. And yeah, I think it's a bit in a dangerous situation. And especially because Grace don't scout, and that's his play. He don't really scout often. That's how he plays. So he's vulnerable to snipe, so I would retreat my ACU, especially if I don't scout. You can also see Lucian using 2 artillery on the left side. That's very strong, I think, on Palms. If you have like 3 on most maps, you shouldn't build like 5 of them. But if you put 1 on each side, then over time you do really, really great damage.
Damn. I think Lucian decked a lot more consistently as well. Christ is still making a lot of T1, which is just cannon fodder at this point.
The Medusas
especially
are fine.
With the RT there.
The Medusas are fine, but the Mantis are pretty much useless. Like, at Tech 2 you can build some Mantis. It's not really bad, because for the side raids, where you want to pick a few units for undefended mass extractors, you don't really want to waste Tech 2 units, and also the Mantis are faster than Rhino, so their Mantis fine. But now you replace the role of the Mantis with the Loyalist. So for single mass extractors, you kill them now with Loyalist instead of Mantis, and there's not really any reason to build Mantis anymore.
And Lucian is really cheeky.
Yeah, he drops the ACO, and why not though? He has air control, he can do that.
Yeah, I take sides in a lot of games that way as well, by just dropping my commander there, because there's almost nothing they can do against it if your commander has tech 2. And if you throw some units in as well, it's basically a free way to get
with
side.
overcharge especially.
Yeah, and it's hard to keep commander useful in this stage of the game without almost instantly dying from it, so I like to use it for like smaller...
But you need air control for that, because else you will die. With tech 3 you say, okay, with tech 3 it's really good, but with tech 2 it's already dangerous. And even with tech 3, with Siren example, then Yeah, it's a bit dangerous without air control. I wouldn't do it, but with air control, yeah, why not?
Yeah,
But you can see the
I like
artillery
to
on
keep.
Lucian's left side. Can actually check that. Got 9 kills already, usually. But sometimes in a game like that, I remember one game where I had artillery on each side one, and they had both like 50 kills.
Yeah, it's like super long range point defense.
Yes, because they just sit there all the time, and you see no player has enough units to attack,
Oh,
so
yeah.
they sit there all the time, and not TML. And I think Christ make one TMD not enough.
No, especially against Cybran, it's pointless.
Yes. So, but he's not even losing too much to it. But I think that against people, that's very nice if you play Cybran, because people like to build 1 or 2 TMD, and at that stage in the game, you can just make 3 missile launchers, and just TML the TMD and TML everything after that, because people don't really expect that you, like they expect, okay, if he has 1 TML, I can counter that, but they don't expect you to build more, and outbuild the TMD pretty much, and with Cybran that's really easy. But it also works with other factions.
No, I tend to. If I make TNL, I don't do it very often because I don't think it's very cost effective. But when I do it, I build like 3 or 4 at the same time and just shoot them at different targets that are nearby each other. So like all the core maxes at once or something like that, and then just control K the TML and to reclaim it. That way, the enemy will start making lots of TMD, and you're not TMLing him anymore, so you're not wasting mass and TAs.
Yes, but TMD is really, really good usually. Like,
But at this stage of the game, I'd rather use loyalists as TMD instead of the actual.
Yeah, but well, I don't know. You, if you have a loyalist there, you will move him away by accident. You can't be.
Yeah, true.
Stay there.
I like that in Navy games. If enemy has lots of cruisers, just build a bunch of loyalists and have them defend.
Yeah, that's very nice.
Sometimes the enemy will kill all his own cruisers by accident that way.
And now, yeah, I don't know, like, that's also like the different playstyles, but if I would be in great situation, I would be really uncomfortable with all that lack of scouting, because I don't know how the situation looks. I don't know if I'm ahead in mass in the economy or not, and that changes how I play. If I'm ahead, I play more safe. If I'm behind, I try to take more risk, etc. But Craze plays different, so that are not really things that are right or wrong, because I don't think Craze is a worse player than me. But
yeah, I get your point. And we have so little radar, and
so I can only teach you how I would play, and I don't know. In theory, it makes more sense to me. In theory, it's right to build like radar to scout and.
Yeah, of course. But I like your playstyle. I've watched a lot of your replays. So. Otherwise, I wouldn't have agreed to this. Yeah, that RT is really wrecking. I need to remember that to do that. I think it's useful on many maps, not just this one.
I think Christ will start to build the monkey lot soon or something like that. He really likes to do that at some point. He just stops and builds an experimental. And you can also see the drops from Lucian are really, really strong. Like there.
Yeah, incredibly annoying.
Lucian really likes to drop a lot. But that's also it's quite easy to drop when you are ahead, and when you have air control, and when you have control with radar, etc. And it's hard to drop when you are behind, because then the investment, he will have better vision, he will have usually more air, and also the investment, if you're ahead, if the drop dies, it's not really going to, you will be still ahead, but if you're behind, it will make it even worse.
Yeah, indeed.
And yeah, the artillery is really, really devastating. But I think the biggest problem is that Christ, like, you can't even judge if Christ is making big mistakes of not attacking. But usually, like, very big mistakes in that situation is not attacking when you have the opportunity to. But you can't really see if you have an opportunity without radar and scouting. So, and Christ, like, he just pushes without really knowing. But that's quite desperate in my opinion. But really even if it works, I think it's quite a mistake to do that, because it's a very big risk.
Yeah, but even if it works, if you have good radar, like a T2 radar close to the middle or something, you would see if Lucian is directing units to counter your other push, so you can know if you can maybe push on a different side or maybe find his comm and kill it.
I think at that point in the game, like Tech 1 radars are great, but at that point in the game, Tech 2 radar costs not much, but it will be one of the strongest units in the game. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. It's expensive to keep it running, but the 300 more power at this stage doesn't really make that much of a difference, I think. Especially since he can just make T3 pigeons and T3 pigeon and just control KO his T1 instead.
Yes, I'm very surprised that Christ actually is able to push that right side, because that army is not really big. It's one brick and some Medusas, and where maybe 2 bricks before, something like that. But at that stage in the game, it should be defendable for Lucian. So I think Lucian, like, that shouldn't have worked if Lucian played good. Maybe Lucian don't have attack to radar as well. I think Lucian has a lot better vision. Like, yeah, Christ plays a lot without scouting and vision, and he plays more.
No, Lucian doesn't have much radar either.
So yes, but like, well, if Lucian had a attack to rider, he would have seen that bush and he would have reacted to it. And then it's also important when you see such a bush that you scout what kind of units that are.
Yeah,
You want to know if it's tech 3 or tech 1, and so you can judge how many units you need to send to defend against it.
Yeah, I used to do that against
yeah,
worse
Christ is
players
playing-
sometimes. Take all my scouts out of my armies and put them to one side, and the enemy will think I have an army there.
I think Christ is actually playing a lot worse than he usually would, like wasting mass, etc. Maybe he was tired or something like that, but I think usually Christ plays a lot better on Barnes.
It looks like he wants to snipe or something right now. He's spamming Corsairs like crazy.
Yeah.
I don't like that, to be honest. I used to use them a lot, but now I just feel like Corsairs are a big waste of mass because they're so expensive. I think they cost
Yes, they
as much as a
are, and-
loyalist.
But well, in that situation, Christ lost the game, so he can as well try snipe. If you don't try them, what else should you do?
Mazer.
Okay, yeah, he can try. I don't know.
No, if he had some units, he could like delay that push from the left at least with the Mazer. I think Mazer is massively underrated because I've gotten it in some games and it was super effective.
You mean you want to try to fight the units with the Mazer? No, that's not going to work. The ACU has not enough hit points. You will just die.
Yeah, that's true.
You can only try to snipe ACU with like either Telemazer, or actually, yeah, on the right side he could have made Mazer and then drop next to Lucian and try to kill. But there's a Sam and it's risky, etc. Yeah, now he tries to snipe him.
But he has shields, so it's not gonna work. Oh, what is he aiming for? The Sam, oh my god.
No, the shield, I think, the Sam? Yeah, okay, he kills the Sam. I think that's not too bad if he would have killed, because if he kills the Sam, yeah, no anti-air anymore, and now he has more time to kill him, but he lost too many, he had not enough, but if he had more, then, I mean, if he doesn't have enough to kill the ACU in one pass, then I think like taking out the Sam will guarantee you more passes after that. But yeah, he just doesn't have enough.
I think he should have dropped his com there as well, not just everything, not just what he has now, but his commander as well. He might have actually won.
Yes, but the commander is not really doing so much, actually, like without upgrades.
Yeah, but it's 2.5k nuke if you want to draw. I mean, look,
that's true.
Right now he could almost draw.
Yes, that's true.
Oh,
I'm actually surprised how close this is. But that 2 bricks there are really punishing. Yeah, very close. 1,200 points. Like, okay, not bad. Like, I wouldn't have things that would have worked so well, especially against X3 ACU.
Yeah, indeed, it went surprisingly good. That's why I said he should have had. Always, if I go for this kind of game-ending snipe, I always try to keep my comm nearby as well if there's not too much land units, so I can at least draw if I really need to. But I like to draw way too much as well. It's a bad habit I picked up from lane, I think.
I really don't like to draw. I'm not sure when I draw my last game. Maybe like 1 year ago or something like that. I don't think I rather lose sometimes than draw.
If I know I'm going to lose, like a situation like this, I prefer much rather to just draw.
Yes, but yeah, okay. But usually in a situation like this, then you will either kill him or not, and the ACU won't really make much a big difference. But yes, okay. Looks like they play sandbox too. Oh no, yeah, he's ACU. Never mind. Okay, I did quit that replay. Not sure how helpful that was. What do you think?
I picked up some things from it, but it's hard to learn when there's not so when he has so bad intel because I can't really figure out what
Yes.
his plan was or something like that.
Yeah,
It
it's
kind of
hard to
looked
make
like he was
to learn
doing
decision
random stuff.
making. It's hard to learn this. Yeah, but I think those little things also help a lot actually with that artillery, like, um,
Yeah, that was a really good trick to pick up as well. And I really got a good point of on how to how do you say it to when to use early units because you were pointing out all the times that he should have been using the advantage, and I see similar moments in my own games a lot where I have that early game advantage because
y
most I'm trying to use like good builds to spam land. And
yes.
I often have more units than my enemy, but I'm not sure what's the right time to use them. And those small tips you gave will definitely change my timing a lot.
Yeah, I think also that was a pretty good replay. Um, oh, a good replay for you. So, okay, yes, we could try to play a game right now probably. Or we can also watch another replay maybe, like of good players, but I wouldn't really know. Usually, in these lessons I try to focus on one map, like we watch a replay where you played on one map, where you played really bad, and then I tell you what you did wrong. And then we watch good players on the same map, and then you can see how to do it right, and then you try to do it right yourself in the game. But I wouldn't
I
really.
could I could grab someone for a Palms game. I think. Oh, see, Calvirox is in game right now, but it should probably be finished soon. I don't think Gordon is playing right now. Do you maybe know someone who would play?
Um, Let me see. Like, wouldn't want to have someone too good, right? So,
No, I like having. I always challenge people who are like 200 to 400 rating above me.
yes, but I think it would be really stressful on top because that thing,
Yeah, true.
like, I will help you in the game, right? But usually, it's not supposed to make you win that game. You like, it doesn't really matter because it's supposed to like teach you and like let you practice the things. Like it's not, you will probably even play worse. Some people play better with that, with my help. They play then really, really good. And that also boosts the motivation. But from a learning perspective, I think it's supposed to let you hear the things not in the game, but like if I tell you right now while you play, I think it helps a lot more than if you see that in a replay in a theoretic situation, because you will
Yeah,
probably
indeed.
remember what I said when you play at some point, or at least like subconscious.
Yeah.
Uh,
Now, usually I have to say though, it takes me like a night of sleep to let these kind of things sink in. I notice a lot that I like when I before I go to bed, I always analyze lots of replays, and the next day that I wake up, I find I don't make the same mistakes anymore.
yes,
I'm
and
pretty good at taking in information like this. It's usually when I'm stressed, like when I'm playing a game, I do some things really epically, but I only realize what I did good when I watch the replay because I was just focusing on the game too much. And I do a lot of these fire and forget orders as well, where I like do something and then I completely forget about it, and later I'm looking and I see like, oh, that raid went completely through, and I try to pick it up again. So
yes,
but
but
that's why I don't learn from like playing game much unless it's against really good opponent. But that's because I'm just super focused.
okay. But I still think we should try. But yeah, that's the thing with a super good opponent. That's then you will probably get stumped really hard because you probably play worse already because you need to listen to me what I say. uh, but we can try. But yeah, I don't really like. I would recommend an opponent that is as good as you, but I think I only know people that are better than you pretty much.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. I don't mind that.
So
It's good practice anyway. To be honest, I'd actually like to play against you once at least too.
we can do that, no problem.
That would be nice.
We can do that as well, and then
Yeah, good.
if like I don't know, I can ask some people to play against you that are better. But I think it would be more useful if you know anyone who's as good as you, probably.
No, but only Calvarox, but he's in game. He's playing ranked and
Okay. Then what would you want to prefer? Play against someone and I find someone, or can also play against me?
might like to play against you actually. That would be nice because that way you can point out my mistakes, like what kind of things.
while we
should
play.
fit. Yeah.
Not sure if I can do that. We can try.
No, we could try. It's good practice anyway to play
but
with
I
you,
think
so I don't really mind.
yeah, then when we play against Ceneraii, I will point out the mistakes on the replay.
Oh yeah,
Because
that's fine.
from my perspective, it's very hard to say what your mistakes are. And also from Observer, I think that's why I really don't like to analyze games at Observer. Because
Yeah, you miss everything that way. It's the only one thing that really pisses me off when I try to watch games in Observer. I try to do it every now and then because a lot of my friends say it's really good, but because you know what the enemy is doing as well. But I get really annoyed because every time I watch replay, I hold down the shift key to see what everyone is doing, and it becomes a huge mess that way because nothing makes sense anymore.
yes, I think it's not really useless to watch replays in Observer, but you want to really learn too much. You will learn a bit theory, but you want to really learn how to play in a game.
Yeah, definitely.
Because in a game you need to make decisions based on what you see, and yeah. So usually, if you need to make better decisions and need to learn that, then it's much more helpful to see replays from your point of view. And yeah, not sure what exactly helps with watching replays in Observer. Like it helps a lot to analyze a little bit army compositions and things like that, and analyze build orders and compare them and things like that.
Well, build orders I can learn just by copying from really good players because
Yes.
the first few minutes you can just do exactly what they do and it'll work out just fine. But I don't like to have set build orders for maps. I only have one Crazy Rush where I built 2 AA turrets in front of my Nexus, and that's it pretty much.
I don't like it either, but I think it's very strong to have really good build orders. Like you say, against Black Ops, there's build orders and stuff like that. That's really, really
Yeah,
strong.
but if I
It's a lot
start
of
using
work.
yeah, but if I start using build orders, I would like to make them myself, so I just understand why I'm using them.
Yeah, I think that's also very important.
One build order I do use is on Data Passage, but that's just the maximum tank build order. So.
Okay, you want
And
to
I
host the
failed
game
that
then?
one as well.
You want to host the game?
Yeah, sure. Palms? Or
If you want.
well, maybe you know a map that's good to learn from.
Well, it depends what you want to learn. Like, so to learn the game in general, then I think Palms would be a bit bad because I'm quite good on Palms, even if I don't remember any build order from me. But yeah, I'm trying to find a map where it wouldn't be too hard. Well, I think Theta Passage is a really good map to learn 5x5 maps.
Yeah, but 5v5 is. I'm not so interested in learning that. I like
Yes,
to learn.
okay.
10 by 10 is my favorite
10
map
by
size.
10, yes,
Eye of the Storm is going to be way too one-sided as well.
well, it will probably always be one-sided, but that's kind of the point, right? You want it to be
Yeah,
one-sided
true.
to learn. Let me see the list, actually. I will host the game, and so I can see the
Yeah.
map list. Hard to choose without seeing.
One map I would really like to learn how to play well is Forbidden Pass. That's also one of my favorite maps.
Okay, then let's play this. That's not bad to learn.
I think it has like all things of the game a little bit. So, except maybe Navy, but I'm really good on Navy anyway, so I don't really need to learn more from that. I think.
Okay, I'm hosting a game.
Oh, well, really good. I managed to beat some good players. Let's put it that way.
Password is pizza with no capital letter, and I think on this map, yeah, well, I can try it. I thought about a little strategy. What would be good on this map at some point.
I really
Actually,
love
many
this
more
map.
things than one. I've thought about a few things I would like to try. Not sure. Well, I'm actually not sure how good that would be if I would try something, because if it works, you will probably not learn too much from it because you just die, and if it doesn't work, well, if it doesn't work, wouldn't be too bad.
It's good to get like preparations. Oh, Seb changed the lobby, I think, again.
Really?
Yeah, and I can see the score in exact number.
Okay. Interesting. I think
Mm.
my settings are correct. Oh, yeah, I should maybe add fog of war.
Yeah, that might be useful, I think.
Okay,
Aeon, the horror. That's okay, I like playing against Aeon. I think the shield on Aeon Commander is way too cheap.
yeah, I don't really see it used much, but usually also on UEF the shields are really powerful. Like you can beat the whole Tech 3 army with overcharge and shield, and yeah.
No, but the Aeon one is the UEF one is like pretty expensive, but the Aeon one is super cheap. You don't need almost
Okay.
anything to get it. I wonder actually what the difference is between the newer versions of this map and this one. This is
Well, one version had 2 stones on my
oh
side.
yeah.
Oh, holy shit! You still have them. Okay, I will try not to reclaim them.
It's okay, I don't mind. I don't think the difference between you and me is 2 stones.
Yes, but it will add on top, and
Yeah, well, you have a point there. You cannot
yeah.
use that much more than I can. Oh my god, it didn't drop. The horror.
You shouldn't waste your bomba trying to kill.
Yeah, but I already set it to attack other stuff. It wasn't listening to me. Bank, 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 bank. Ah, shit. Oh my god, why didn't it shoot? That's bad. Seems I need to pay more attention. I didn't see some stuff. Oh wow, holy shit. That's bad. You have swift wins already.
Yeah, that was the kind of strategy that I thought of. Really fast take 2 air rush.
Well, that's okay. Fortunately, I know how to micro here. So that helps a little bit at least.
Yeah, I wasn't really paying attention.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping for that. Oof, that cost me so much mod control though. didn't even realize how much I lost.
Yeah, I think that strategy is not bad. It's really hard to counter the tech 2 air. Like, I shouldn't have lost air control, but assuming I wouldn't, that would have been even stronger. You can't really get anti-air so fast.
Yeah, and all those drops are a huge pain in the ass as well. I have like no mass left anymore.
Wait, I killed your mass extractor, right? Gunships.
Didn't have enough time to get my intis together in a bunch.
I don't think it would have mattered, like, against 4 Swift Winds, not really.
Yeah, it's really hard to micro against stuff. Yeah, this is really hard to do something against.
I think you pretty much lost.
Yeah. Oh, just when I was planning to attack. Yeah, this is over. I have no chance anymore. Ah, that went
I
faster
think like
than I
2 airs really good on this map, because you don't really lose like you can have it so fast, and your units won't be even reach my base. You can't really attack me. You can't really punish me for going tech 2 air because the map is so big, and you need to cross so much space. Like you need to pretty much, because of that shape of the map, you need to cross the map twice to reach me.
Yeah, indeed. I should keep that in mind when I play this map.
Yes, and also the same applies to a tech 2 land rush. I think it's also very strong.
No one can really
for the same reasons.
No, I was kind of thinking when I saw that first Swift Wind that maybe I should just go mass tech 2 land and include lots of flat.
I also think you shouldn't try to, like, you can try to, but you shouldn't rely on getting air control against Swift Winds and against also tech 1 air. Like, once you lost air control, you shouldn't rely, you should try to get it back, but not rely on it yet. And you should always have a plan B, and that must be anti-air.
Yeah, indeed. Usually I can win air fights even if I'm a little behind. I got some okay air micro training, and I can beat some of those Saturn's back players in micro at least. So.
But you shouldn't rely on it. Yeah, if you can do it, great, then you have air control. But yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It's too risky.
And at some point, if they have more, then you can micro however you want. Then it's not going to do much. Like if they micro a little bit as well.
Yep. Oh, it's an interesting game. Yeah, my com is in the water, so.
Yes, I thought so. I was already starting to make torpedo bombers.
That's my weakness, torpedo bombers.
The only one.
No, not the only one. But that's what I usually die to when I die in games.
Yeah, so that's why I ask if it really makes sense to do that, because I think it's interesting to see what's possible on the map, but I don't think, like, if you analyze the replay, I can really tell you any big mistakes, because I actually think good player would lose against it as well.
Yeah,
because it's just a strategy you're not prepared against. But I think that's actually one important lesson you can learn there.
Yeah,
to not try to rely on getting air control back, but always have a plan B, and then like have tech 1 anti-air and later tech 2 anti-air. That's really important. Also on maps
Yeah.
like Eye of the Storm or on pretty much any map where air is really really important. And I think this is one of the maps. Not maybe not as important as on Eye of the Storm, but yeah, on maps where air is really really strong, then it's always important if you lose it, then to make anti-air and try to get air control back. Like optional, don't even have to try it, but yeah, I think that's the correct way, and not rely on getting air control back because assuming both players play both good and the same level, then you won't get the air control back. So
No, indeed. Another thing I noticed is a handy tip is that when you have air control, it's pretty easy to expand with your comm, like you did to my to the top left,
I think if you
because you
have
can just pull them out.
yes, that's also one thing with Tech 2 transport, yeah, with air control. That's also one of the real strong points of the strategy, that you will get an early Tech 2 transport. That's actually one of the main reasons why I made this strategy, because I wanted that. And I think that's so strong, you will be everywhere. It doesn't matter, you can defend on the bottom right, you can get the top left, and you will be always kind of safe with your transport.
Yeah, indeed. It's a really nice trick. I maybe should have done that in that Crimson Feud game as well. When I started building the Renegades, I should have just built a Tech 2 transport as well, because the enemy had no air or AA. So even if my comp got into a tricky position, I could have like protected myself against snipes with that. Would have been.
Yes.
That's something I'll
But then it's
definitely keep in
already
mind.
kind of late, and then it's already a bit dangerous. But so early, where I make it, there's no real any danger. But so late, they can always try to then snipe the transport as well, because they will have more air.
But
Okay.
yeah, that's. I think I learned from this quite a bit. Some interesting other small things I will notice, I'm sure, when I watch the replay.
Yes, if you want, like I also like I wasn't sure if that would be really too helpful, but I think
Yeah,
that
but I'll watch the replay in my own time sometime.
yes, but when that was, I mean not re but playing that was, I have the impression, not too bad. So we could even play another one if you want.
Yeah, sure.
Maybe on the same map.
Whatever you think is best.
I think it's a good map as any pretty much. It's not bad, and unless you have any other wish, I think that's a good map to learn.
I'll take a
But
look at
if
this.
you want another one, like 10x10, let me see what I can give you a list of. I can tell you every map that I think would be useful. I just go through the list. Like Badlands, where pretty
Oh,
much
Badlands is a nice.
every map is useful, right? To learn, it doesn't really matter. You learn different things on different maps.
Maybe try Badlands. I like that
If you
map.
want.
I usually do pretty well on it too.
Okay. Yes, that's quite a very popular map, and it's similar to, like, I think it's kind of a map like a bit like Twin Rivers is also a bit similar. Also, many things you learn on Badlands you can also use on Twin Rivers and on maps with a lot of mass that are rather close. It's different to Twin Rivers, but it has a lot of similar concepts.
No, I'm just going to the bathroom real quick. Be right back.
Yes.
Sorry for the loud noise. I was smashing my door closed.
Okay, it's okay.
I watched a piece of your lesson with, I think it was Mr. Smith or
No.
Matt Mozart or
Mozart, yes.
yeah, Mozart. I always forget the renaming confuses me always.
Okay. Yeah, I told them a lot about. Not sure how. Well, I can pretty much talk endless over this game. There's always something more to say, always more theory, situations that can happen, and how to react on them. But I think I really told them the most important things, especially very important on this map, is to judge when to attack and when. Like, it's important on any map, but I think on this map it applies even more.
I liked your raiding lesson on this map very much. It was very interesting what you said about this, like kiting around the commander a little bit and stuff like
On
that.
palms. Oh.
No, I mean your
On this
lesson
map as
when you
well?
yeah.
Okay, yeah, I told the same of BAMs, right? Kind of,
Yeah,
not that
definitely.
extreme, but okay. No, Aeon again. I don't think I like to play Aeon too much on this map. Or actually don't like it too much at all. But I want to, like, you see why I needed to play Aeon for that strategy.
Yeah, indeed. Otherwise, a bit pointless.
But I'm never sure if I can get Mass Extractor without walking or not. When it's on the edge.
If I'm not mistaken, it should be, at least how it's programmed, is that you should if the build, like, even if one little,
With Mass
even if
Extractors, it's different, I think, for some reason.
well, if the blue line of the building is within your build range, it should build. That's how it's written into the code. I asked
But I
a
made
friend of
bad
mine.
experience with Mass Extractors.
Yeah, I can understand that. They are pretty evil, to be honest. Oh god, what am I doing?
Yeah, I don't have any build order for this map, so I have no idea why.
My normal what I do on this map's a bit screwed up now, but okay. I'll make do. Yeah, I think my current plan might be a little bit crazy, but I built some p-gens early, but this is like the last map you need to build p-gens on, in my opinion.
Not sure actually. Like, I think it's quite. I built some pigeons as well. I think it's not necessarily bad, but yeah, I am like what I built is really bad as well. Like not terrible, but
We can be horrible together.
okay, now it just became bad, really bad.
I forget that you are Aeon and can just kite me. Some reason I kept thinking you were Seraphim.
That Aurora has 4 kills now. Soon. Now, 4, maybe 5 soon.
Aurora OP. Oh, not really.
And it babysitted quite a bit.
I'm floating so much mass. Oh lol.
You're quite aggressive with your units. And I think without knowing.
Yeah, dude, I just realized that as well, how bad my intel is. Forgot to build radar. And no scouts either. Just horrible. It's just not going too well. No, I like to be aggressive.
Usually I would build some point defenses, but don't really need any. Yes, and your units, like, they just go in one by one. You don't really want to do it like that.
Yeah,
You want
right.
to gather them and then attack at once if you attack. And that also gives you time to scout to see if you can actually attack.
Yeah, I had some cloaked moles run ahead of them.
Yes, I saw them and I killed them.
There's one still, but he's not even cloaked.
Yes, it's not cloaked.
Oh my god, I stopped chasing. That's bad. Are those hard? Jesus Christ.
Well,
Screw
I
you,
think
man.
usually you shouldn't be able to get tech 3. Like, I wouldn't be able to, but I was quite able to defend rather easily against your early push, stuff like that, so I was able to do that. And I don't think you really can do anything against them.
Not really, no. They outrun everything I have, so.
Yeah, but they get stuck in my in my base.
Oh wow. Yeah, okay. And TNL, of course, why not? And there goes my HQ, because I didn't build any engineers. Well, that's GG.
Yeah, and well, I don't think that game like had too much. Like the other game was interesting and especially could tell you something here. Well, not sure. We can watch the replay if you want, or you can watch it alone, as you wish. Like you will find, of course, all the little things that lead to problems, but yeah, not sure. And my build order was pretty bad, etc. Like I could play a lot better here.
Mine was horrible as well. I delayed my start by so much. For no reason.
It's interesting to notice now I'm focusing more on air because I know I have land control anyway, and so the only thing that can get dangerous for me right now would be air.
No, the only thing that can get dangerous for me is everything.
Yeah, well, and that's also like when you have land control, you can easily spare a little bit resources and you get air control as well, and then he needs to defend again. He has 2 problems instead of 1, and everything gets worse. But well, it depends on the situation. Sometimes you rather want to focus on the one advantage you have and push that really hard. That's the usual case, actually.
Well, my commander's going to die to one harp.
Yes.
Oh man, I thought playing against you would be a little bit like playing against some 1900 people or something. But
You thought so?
yeah, but the difference is huge. Like against those people, I could still like hold on for the first 10, 15 minutes, but against you, it's impossible.
Well, yeah, the difference is between like 2500 and 1900. It's
Yeah.
big.
Yeah, it's like me playing against 1000 rated, basically.
And yeah, and like I said, well, okay, you played not your best as well, but I can still play a lot better than I did here.
Yeah, I can imagine. I'm surprised I held out this long now that I see what you did, but it's only because you went D3 land. I don't think you even needed that to win.
No, I could have pushed with that. I don't really like hard push with Aeon with Tech 1 because they are so slow and they get easily countered, like some bombers, etc. Like if you push very hard with Tech 1, you get so big armies, and I don't really like that too much with Auroras, and it's very easy countered by Tech 2, etc. And probably would have died. And so, but with you, yeah, like with other factions, I think the Tech 1 push is really strong on this map if you do really aggressive. But it's also a bit risky. You can like I think it's very strong. But against a player that prepares and that plays good against it, it will still lose.
So I guess the only reason you lost like a piece of your expansion was because you were going Tech 3 and sending it
Yes,
all
and
to one side.
as well I was like playing lazy and didn't pay too much attention, and like I didn't play for a while, right? I played against
Yeah.
Patrick. Yeah, that's not too far ago, but yeah, I'm also
Yeah,
quite
but those seem to be like big macro games instead.
tired, etc. But yeah, I didn't really care because I knew I didn't need that expansion. You can have it if you want.
Yeah.
I think I wouldn't even need to lose. I could have built a point defense faster, etc. And I could have used my commander to defend that, but I decided to put my like there was a minimal risk that I would die there, and there was no reason for me to take it. I rather give up the expansion and retreat the commander.
Well, I managed to keep up in mass for like the first 7 minutes or so, but after
Yes,
that.
but well, that's only because I was not aggressive at all.
Yeah, true.
I could have also ecoed or done stuff like that, but yes, okay.
Still, it's interesting to learn from this.
Yeah, I think
Really
games
stupid that
against really good players are always useful. Like even if you get stormed like you did now, then it's always very useful because you can see all the little small mistakes, especially.
Yeah, I should have sent out like that cloaked mole wave. I should have sent that out right in the beginning before I started doing any kind of attacking because,
Yes,
and
but
like
yeah,
you said,
from your
keep my
side,
units together.
yes, that too. And as well, like you just didn't have enough units to be a threat, and then you should have realized that that trying to attack with them, like all your attacks were pretty much failed. Okay, well, you raided me a bit, but pretty much only because I were very slow to react. So you shouldn't have done these attacks. You should have just waited with the units and then stop produce units and instead go Tech 3 yourself and stuff like that.
No, indeed. Maybe Tech 2 Air would have been nice.
Yes, something like that. Yeah, just do some like you were now in the situation where you should have seen that with Tech 1 it's not going to happen anymore because you don't have enough. And if you now start to build more, it will take way too long until all the Tech 1 is ready, until it crossed the map, etc. So
Yeah, indeed.
the timing for a Tech 1 push was gone.
I should pay a lot more attention to economy of movement as well.
Yes.
And oh my god, I accidentally scrolled over to the Galactic Wartime. That's not good.
Okay. If you want, like, I don't mind if you want to continue somewhat, but I think I told you a lot of things now.
Yeah, it's a lot to take in. I'd like to save at least like an hour worth of lessons for when because tomorrow they release the maps for the next week of the tournament, and if you're not gone by then I would like if you could maybe help me prepare for my maps.
Yeah, if I'm there, I'm available for less. Yeah, sure. I think, yeah, I can tell you that will be even more interesting for you. I think it can tell you some nice strategies, probably depending on the maps, or some nice build orders or something like that. Um, so,
Yeah, that
like
would be.
to prepare for maps, I think can really help a lot with that. Okay,
Maybe we can do one more game since
yeah,
I
if
was
you want.
planning on total of 5 hours, and if we save an hour for map preparation, that we have one. I'd like to play you on Comet Catcher.
Sure, if you want. Also, I think watching one more pro replay, good player replay, might not be too useless.
Mhm.
If you want, like after that, if you like, well, but we can
Yeah,
play
sure.
Comet Catcher, and I would still try to play you against someone else and I have you. If that would be also one more thing uh, that's still open to try and see how good it works. But we can, yeah, let's play Comet Catcher. Um, and yeah, I didn't play that map forever. I think I don't even have it.
Good, good,
Oh, I
good.
have it. I have it. So you want me to host again?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Um, but even if I won't play it really perfect, then I think you can get an idea how I would play that map.
No, this is really interesting for me because I've beaten a lot of people here. Not that I think that I can win against you, but I want to try.
Where a lot of people won against me, like people that were worse than you.
Really?
Yes. Like well, sometimes like with G sometimes, but sometimes also so because I try like I economy crash randomly and I play very inconsistent. So
Yeah.
if I'm playing bad, then
Well, someone
um,
wants a free lesson.
nope, it's to pay me.
What do you think of my overall skill level, by the way? Is it?
Um, it's good. Like it can always be better. It can be better for me as well. Um, um,
No, I have this feeling that I'm quite overrated, to be honest.
Overrated. I'm not too good. Like I can judge skill level from like if you are 2000 or 2200. Where actually even not that very good. I think it's hard to really judge the rating by number because it depends a lot. Some people are better on small maps. Some people are better on bigger maps. Um, so on one map, like I don't think you actually, if you want to have it like that, you don't really have one rating that you have, but you
Mhm.
are like on one map you would be overrated with your rating, on another map you would be underrated, and stuff like that.
Yeah, definitely. Kind of depends a lot on what you play against as well, I
But
guess. Sometimes when you get like maps like High Noon against Aeon or something and you're playing Cybern, it's just horror, horror, horror. Straight
but
up
if I
horror.
would have to say something, I don't think you are overrated. Like hard to say if you would maybe even be a bit underrated. I think you are 1500, right?
Mhm.
So hard to say. I think it's about right. Maybe even a little bit better. I'm not sure. Hard to say.
Trying to figure out what might be effective against you, but
Well, like again, it's always talked about that before. Against better players, the only effective thing is cheese.
no, I figured out something better. What will be the most effective right now? Scout.
Oh, okay. I don't think that would help too much actually.
Well, at least I can have some idea of what you are doing.
Yes. Scouts are very good, but um, well, there's a start to every strategy usually.
Oh, I'm
Oh,
going
very
to get
nice
you.
unprotected engineers.
No, I didn't even have time to reclaim the scout.
What are you doing? Like, okay, now I would already get like suspicious. I can tell you, I already built one anti-turret right now because like you have so many unprotected engineers. Like that's very strange. Now I see a unit at least, but um, I think if you have so many unprotected engineers, then something is wrong already because that shouldn't happen. Maybe you just made a mistake, but
I'll save one engineer.
and yeah, I see a unit already. So but I see your interceptor, and I'm not sure if that are even two interceptors, but that would be really a bad idea because I would suspect, yeah, that one builds not so much air here, and then you need to build bombers and not interceptors. And we'll probably build a jester very soon.
Maybe that's what I want you to think.
Okay.
No, I'm joking. It's not really, I expected air somehow. I don't know why. Because you said air wasn't. Because you said yes, air is maybe not so good here. I thought, hey, he might use air against me. Kind of twisted logic, if you know what I mean.
The mind games, but you lost the mind game.
Yes, I did. Oh man, I'm losing units left and right.
Yeah, of course, if you made so much air, like for nothing, then you have less units and then you can't really do anything.
The last time I got so pushed back on this map is when I went first jester. Oh, I forgot to build power. Lol.
Maybe not too bad, because you won't have much mass.
I've noticed. I don't really have much of anything. Well, my eco looks good at least. 0 mass, 0 power. Oh, the horror.
Okay, you're welcome. 0 mass, 0 power, yeah, that's very nice.
But I also have 0 pretty much everything else. Oh wow. Oh wow, so much air. I guess it's to expected considering how far behind I was.
Well, I only made the air because you made air.
So you're essentially saying I killed myself.
Yes, pretty much. If you did mid air, oh, I'm overbuilding power badly.
That only makes me feel worse. Trying to think of something I could do to come back from this, but
Against air control is always hard, like with scouting.
I would need to like do D1AA turret creep or something.
I think I will make a tech 2 rather.
It's so hard to raid when you have Justers protecting everything. Oh my god, did you kill the AA turret I was building? Now I feel really bad. Oh man. This is quite funny actually.
This game is hard.
No, for some reason I'm quite enjoying this, to be honest.
Well, like getting raped is still sex.
That's one way to put it, I guess. No, it just shows me what can be done, you know, it's...
Yeah, I see that.
I like at least to know what kind of gameplay to strive for. That's why I wanted to play this map, because
Well, it's the first time I played this map forever, but yeah, I think I would play it similar if I would play more often. Like, I'm adapting a lot now to... I did adapt a lot to your air. I didn't really plan to build so much air, and then I overbuilt power, so I had to build even more air to use it.
But yeah, this is over, very over, for a while now. But
Yes, I think you have no Mass Extractor left. I think I got all of them.
yep, you got all of them.
Okay.
No, I should have just gone for my usual land build. It would have done much more, be much more effective.
Yeah, and like Okay, well, you maybe, yeah, okay, if it would have worked, you maybe could have get an advantage, like if you visit interceptors, etc. But um, yeah, that's a
Yeah.
very, very ambitious thought to think I make air and then you counter it already with interceptors and um,
Yeah,
well,
I should have gotten Bomber out or something, at least drop down a few NGs.
yes, I think so for sure.
And you played very lazily as well, because my raid on the left survived for far, far, far too long.
Yeah, well, if I see I won the game already, then I start to play lazy usually, and that sometimes costs me the game. But
I was just about to say, so the correct strategy is against you is to make you think you've lost the game, or
yes,
won the game already. Well, that's a good thing to keep in mind for me, actually.
okay. So we have 20 minutes left, as when you want to keep that timing.
I'll let you decide what to do with it.
Okay, but yeah, you want to keep doing something for 20 minutes. Then, yeah, I would suggest just to see how it goes. Let's play a game. So you still don't have anyone to play against?
I can get one.
Yeah, I could actually find you someone as well.
No, I'm asking some people who are not in game. I got RK4000 to play. That's good. Now what map? Bombs?
Yes,
Or-
bombs or yeah, it doesn't really matter. Even Comet Catcher, like every map where I told you something about one of the maps, you can choose pretty much which one you would prefer.
I'll do bombs. That's
Yeah, yeah, actually, I rethink. You asked me. I think Comet Catcher would be better. Because Palms is so hard, like Palms is so stressful, or where Comet Catcher is where maybe a less stressful map if you would have any map that you would like to play that's less stressful, because yeah, we talked about that, like what going to happen will likely be everyone reacts different, but yeah, what you told me, it will be a bit stressful, and then Palms would not really be a good idea. But it would still work. It's not like it's completely it's not like it's bad. Just I think other map might be better even.
No, I picked Comet Catcher for now.
Okay. Yeah, I think we have to play with AK explosions now.
Yeah, we have to. He said it. Otherwise, he wouldn't agree to it.
What I actually did on this map, which worked quite well, I think I did 1 power, 2 mass extractors, and then 3 power and my second factory. I started a bit, but not much mass.
Yeah, that's what I normally get as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just thought a bit like, okay, less mass and need less power, etc.
Oh wow, I actually lost quite a lot of points against you. How is that possible?
Did you
That's
really?
weird. I was 1481 before we started. That's
No,
weird.
you. What are you now? 14. We should have put some like cheats or something like that.
Nah, I don't care.
Yeah, you
It's
will
just
get like
points.
yes, you will get the points. The points will adjust to your skill, and not vice versa. Every point you lose, you will get back if you're a good player. What the fuck, he has 2,400 rating? Okay. I think that's a bug, that's my rating.
Yeah, I was just about to say that he does not have 2.4k rating. He's 1510. Okay, ready?
Yes. Okay, if he's so bad, it's maybe a bit to one side, but we will see. So, yes, I will just, at the start, will tell you everything, what I would normally say, and when I see it's too much, probably will maybe ask you a bit as well. Then I will start to explain a bit less and and try to adjust it a bit to how much it should be.
I'm gonna do my normal build now.
But I also think even if you build air, you need to protect your engineers, especially on this map, and send one mantis with each at least.
Yeah, I'll do that. No, that's not too loud. So. Building too much things at the same time.
Yeah, I think you built a bit too many engineers actually. And what you can do is move a bit with the commander and then finish building the factory, because you build 3 mass extractors at the same time and they all get very much delayed, and if they are finished then well, you should move in the direction where you want to move anyway to save time. You moved a bit back, but yeah, I think that's very useful to solve that little problem.
That's really nice actually. Never thought about that.
And yeah, I think you're very lucky that you don't get raided. I think your build others quite bad because your protection units come too late.
Yeah, you're right. I was thinking about exactly the same thing.
And well, I just saw a big problem with you having not scouts with your labs, because you just walked past an engineer.
Oh crap.
Because you didn't pay attention. I don't want to tell you such things, right? Because in the real game, I don't want to ghost for you.
Engineer! No, don't reclaim. Good.
They can try to reclaim the mantis. If you are very fast, then...
Shit, I wasn't fast enough.
Yes. But you're finishing the mass extractor with the mantis automatically because it was an assist. That's very nice. Yeah, but I think after that factory, you see that already your energy is not really enough to support building factory. I think you can finish that one, but you need to start building energy.
I'm gonna do some raids as well.
And yeah, you see that your build order again is not really good, because you already could have had one more factory if you started it earlier and if you built it. So what I did, I think build with engineers. Oh no, I think I reverted that plan, but I was a bit faster for some reason and I didn't had so much mass in the storage, and now you see a jester. If you've seen it, I hope you did.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Okay, then I shouldn't have told you actually. Okay, but now
But
you see
now
it
I see
anyway.
it.
It
Now I
doesn't
saw
matter.
it. Oh god, that's...
So, yeah, you really need to start building anti-air. And actually, you should not build that land factory right now. Oh, okay, no, it's half done. Never mind. If it were like 10% done, I wouldn't have done it, built it. But when it's half done, I would finish it. Yes. And after that, yeah, you can't build that air factory. It doesn't work like that. You need energy. After the land factory. You can't just build an air factory because you see a jester if you have no energy.
No, I'm just going to quickly send all my units to raid, so
Yeah,
at least
but you need to stop building that air factory because you're not going to produce any air if you store power. So you will need like 2 power generators before. And additionally, you will get more power in your base. So, but of course, it's very late and really need quite some anti-air to survive until you have air.
Yeah, you're right. Just trying to send my raids quickly to all kinds of different locations.
But that was very important with not building the air factory without power. And after that, I think you would want to move with your SEU, right? But you need more engineers to build. When the SEU is gone, you need to replace the SEU. And yeah, you have to idle factories, by the way, since a while. That's the one reason why you waste so much mass.
It's not full bar yet, at least. So I need to hold back my empties until I have enough. I have some excess power. Is it okay to assist mine? I could just...
No, I think you need more, like, you rather need to spend your mass. And with assisting, like,
Yeah, I'm spending energy instead.
And yes, and you need to need your energy badly to spend your mass.
No, at least my raids are keeping the jester a little bit busy for now.
Yes. Should maybe build another factory with the commander because you don't really want to do that, but you have to because all your mass you need to spend it as soon as possible. And yeah, you need to actually assist the engineer building factories as well and build with at least 2.
Oh, yeah.
And I think on this map you lack engineers after a while. Like I think you actually stopped producing engineers.
You might actually be... Oh my god, you're right.
And that's why you lack engineers to build, and you also lack engineers to replace the engineers that died, that were expanding.
No, that's not supposed to happen normally.
And yeah, now you will actually get a little bit more energy. So I would actually build the engineers in a factory next to my air factory, so you can assist. Because now, and you can stop building so much power with 2 engineers, because now your power is fine. You will need a little bit more in future when you get more mass, but you won't need so much anymore. So
I set it to build 5 more.
Yeah.
And the other one to go assist.
You can also stop building right now and start later, but it's also not too bad to build a little bit more. But you can use now that excess energy to assist your air factory. But for that, I think it's better to build your engineers there in the front factory and not their back, as they need to move all the way.
Yeah, you're right. I wonder if I could get that jester down faster.
Yeah, you can with 4 interceptors. I think you should be able to. But not before the mass extractor. So you can actually wait now for 1 more interceptor, because now you have time.
Shit. Yeah, I already sent them.
Okay, yeah, it should be okay. I hope, I would try it. Let's put it this way. And then you can maybe retreat your interceptors as well.
Yeah,
would be hard, but if you retreat over your air factory and then there are your engineers,
no,
maybe
I can't select them.
Yes, okay.
Because they were...
they're dead anyway. Oh, you didn't... No, the jester survived. That's very unfortunate.
No, it died, didn't it?
Yes, really? But it killed your mass extractor still.
Yeah, true. But at least I can start rebuilding again a little bit, but I'm guessing another jester will be coming very soon.
And I think you should actually stop building energy right now and use the energy. And with that 3 idle engineers, you can assist your air factory, and then you should get air at some point.
There's a few more engines going there than 3, but...
And now you have a little bit more time to... Actually, that's at the left side. That's something you can improve a lot. You want to rebuild all that mass extractor with one engineer. You should rather send like 3 engineers at once, so you get more mass extractors at once.
That's not a bad idea.
And the same on the right side probably, yeah. Like if you have enough engineers, you should always, like especially if the ways between the mass extractors are so big, that I would actually send 2 to the right side and like 3 on the left side to take all mass extractors at once, because you really need mass badly right now. I would actually recommend right now reclaim some power, because you have too much power and no mass.
Okay, reclaim power.
Like maybe like 5 pigeons or something like that. Or yeah. At least 3 or so, yeah. Until you have a little bit more mass.
Ah shit, I built them wrong though. They damaged each other when exploding.
And yes, no, your economy is very even now, so you can actually focus much more on using your units. And I would scout.
Yeah.
Actually, I would have scouted all the time, but and also should add a scout in your air factory mix, like 5 to 1, probably good idea. And
Shit, there's PD there.
okay, yeah. So and now I see actually you what I mean. You assisted your engineers who build mass extractor now with other engineers. That's not what I mean. That's actually bad, because you won't build that mass extractor
You
faster.
mean send
spread
for
them
every location? Okay.
at once, and that's how you get the mass faster, right? So
Yeah,
because you
sense.
minimize the moving times. Assisting engineers who build mass extractor, that's actually quite useless, because you build the mass extractor so fast it doesn't make any difference. And yeah, you should use your ACU, because I think you are behind. So I would try to be a bit more aggressive and try to get the mass extractors in the center. And in general, yeah, it's looking quite bad. You got raided really hard.
Yeah, I noticed.
And now that engineer on the right side died as well against a 30 HP mantis. Oh,
Oh my god. This is what I mean with this is really hard for me to play like this, because I'm trying to focus on the things you're telling me to focus on.
Yeah, that's exactly the problem with that kind of thing. But yeah, like you see that it's not supposed to make you play good in that game, but if you play another Comet Catcher after that without me, then you will have some better ideas. I hope that this works. But that's my what I try to accomplish with this. And well, sometimes you even play better in this game already. And also, if you would do that more often in theory, it would get a bit better, because you get used to it a bit more. But you can't complain about your economy balance.
Yeah, definitely. That was some useful tips from you. I think I have air.
Yes,
I should
probably.
scout.
Yeah, you should scout for sure. Also, like, he is not very aggressive, so he probably going tech 2 or something. And he also has like tech 2 mass extractor. Freak. Yes, but your ACU is very out of position. Yeah, I think you can really try to get that mass extractors as a center, the 2. And it's a bit risky, but you have to take a risk when you are behind.
Yeah.
And yeah, at the right side, you just sent an engineer to take the mass extractor, where just before one engineer died against the mantis, and the mantis you didn't kill it, so it's still there.
No, I thought I sent some units there, but I think I reselected them.
And yeah, air is very even. If you micro your air well, then I think you can win it. But you can also, like, because your assist is probably higher than his assist on the air factory, so you can also wait a little bit. And
yeah, I'm just gonna pull it back instead. I see possible good engagement here with formation
yes,
move.
tons of tech to mass extra. I actually think you need to be really more aggressive and try to win somewhere, because yeah, with all that eco he has, you're going to lose really fast if you don't try to kill. I would actually now realize, okay, I'm not going to win that game, because with that 4 tech to mass extractors it's just too much. and you don't
So
really have any units. So I would actually try to snipe him right now. But like you told that you don't really want or
yeah,
care
I
to do
wouldn't
that.
really know how to snipe him at this point anyway.
Well, you just make well, you can make like 10, 15 jesters. Yeah, I would try that. I would actually stop producing units, and in all my land factories you just produce engineers. Or not in all, like in half of them. You need to balance it a bit, and then you start to build, yeah, for more jesters. You will probably, well, not sure, need a bit more power, yeah, but you just assist your air factory and stop producing
I really
anything
like
else.
this idea. I think it's
Yeah.
brilliant.
I actually think, yeah, you should stop building engineers actually, because the engineers you can't use you don't have enough resources to use them, so you just waste resources with them. You should just stop building anything in all your factories, unless you have too many resources. Then produce engineers.
I have too much mass, but that's because I'm reclaiming right now.
Yeah, and well, you will waste mass actually, because with jesters you are not able to spend the mass. But yeah, and you see, oh, holy shit, how many units he got, and he's not using them all the time. Also, like, it doesn't really matter now, and you shouldn't build radars right now, because you need all energies for jesters, but
Yeah.
yeah, otherwise some more
Ah,
based
that was
radars
some
would be very nice.
old order.
Yeah, and you need to kill that interceptor on the left side, he's scouting you. And when trying cheese like that, it's very important to try to intercept scouts. Or maybe he's just flying around there, but
I was about to say I don't see any interceptor either. I need to play zoomed out more, I think.
maybe. That's another thing actually we can do in a training session that that you record somehow or stream or however, or make with Skype screen share, and that I can see how you play. And that's like the one thing is in-game mistakes, but they also have mistakes in camera movement. And like it's not really mistakes, right? But there are things that I think can improve, like playing zoomed out more or spending less time. Like I saw one player, he spent a lot of time just looking around and not doing anything, and things like that.
No, now I'm not doing so much because I'm preparing for this snipe.
Yeah, right now there's not really much you can do. And actually, like in that situation, little trick that you can do: Control K, one of your land factory, to make him believe you are Tech 2.
That is very smart.
Actually, like another thing, right? There's another thing, and then now you start to build the factory again with your commander,
Yeah?
and you reclaim it instantly. You just build the 50%.
Oh.
That way you will get energy back,
That's very
right? So
smart.
stop building it because that will cost. You need to reclaim it right now,
Oh, that's clever. That's
and
clever.
that way you get also energy back, not only mass.
Okay, I have 7 jesters. How many do I need?
I don't know. I would build like 10 or something like that. I would
Yeah.
actually probably wait until it does. I would maybe try to still attack a little bit with 5 units, try to raid him, etc. So you don't get too suspicious. And he's tech 2 land, so he will maybe deflect soon. So yeah, I would maybe wait until I have 10. So it's very hard to judge how long you can wait.
He's very face first to me though. He's right at my front. I can maybe do some damage with my units even.
If you saw his ACU here?
Yeah, he's very close.
Yeah. Okay, then I would need to care not to give veterancy, but yeah, and your base going to diner. But also like because that
I
you
think
could
I'm
actually
gonna try the snipe.
yeah,
right now.
I would right now because his flag will be on the way a very long time if he build any. And now he's now he need to go anyway because he scouted you, and you
Yep.
need to send your reinforcement jesters as well. They're still flying back, but yeah, what I wanted to say, you can actually control K all your land factories and get energy from them, right? From each one of them. But the problem is, if you do that, then he will see that on the map and realize that you controlled K all your factories. But that can also usually, that's a sign for, yeah, you see, half of the jesters would have been enough. And well, but he was playing quite stupid. He had the game, and there was no reason for him to be there with the SEU and try to push you. And
just learning how to do this is already perfectly worth this time, man.
yes,
I really love this.
but what he should have done is, when he's winning the game, he should have retreated his SEU and built a flag just in case, or two flag.
Indeed.
And would have been not too hard for him. Yeah, but that's interesting to see. Sometimes you can control all your factories and you get energy back from that. And that trick with reclaiming on wreckages, build it, then reclaim it instantly. Like, let's say you have 2 tech 2 power generator and someone kills them, and then you have no power left to rebuild the power. So you rebuild both the power generators to 50%, then you reclaim one of them, and with the power you get, you can build the other one.
That's brilliant. That's really OP. Man, I need to keep that in mind.
So yeah, especially with expensive buildings, that's a way to get power, to reclaim power.
Yeah, indeed. Now this was extremely helpful, actually. Not that I could. Well, I need to see how it pans out in real games, but at least I got a lot of things to keep focus on right now.
Yes,
Just these small things that I never
also have
really
the
noticed.
impression. Also have the impression that it was not too useless. Okay.
Oh, no, it was okay. It's just that during the game I can't keep. I try to do all these things you
Yes,
tell me
but
to
I
do.
think it
but
wasn't
it's-
too bad. Like you kept up with everything pretty good. I don't think you played much worse than you would play normally.
No, it's hard to say. But,
Yes, it is hard to say.
I'm very mentally exhausted from this game now as well.
Yeah, it's stressful, but I didn't have the impression that you actually played too bad in that game as well, and that kind of training would be too much for you. You followed up pretty quickly with everything I told, and you still had time to do your own things a little bit, but it's stressful
Yeah.
indeed.
No, normally I would raid a lot more in the meantime. Like instead of doing the things you do, I just what you told me to. I just have finished building the air factory and assisted it with my comm to get intis out fast and have those patrols, so I don't need to look at air anymore. Well,
Yes.
after I kill the jester, of course.
But yeah, I think it's also important then. It's not really worth good usage of the SU. It's wasted.
Yeah, you're right. Well, yeah. I suppose you're right. I shouldn't try to be stubborn. Wow, look at how many. I was so surrounded.
Yes,
It's really
you was.
bullshit that I did win this. Oh, that's quite funny. That's really funny, actually.
Yes, okay.
But that was a good sniping course you taught me as well.
All right. Then, if you
Yeah.
don't have any other questions,
Not really. Well, I think I might PM you with some small questions that if I remember
yes, of course.
something.
If you
I
think
might
of anything, you can always ask me, of course. All right, then I hope, I have the impression that you was not displeased.
Oh no, not at all. Not at all. It was some of the things I knew already, but it's good to hear it again anyway. Just
Yeah,
to
I also think
remember.
even if you know it, if I tell you it, then you probably remember it a bit better in the game.
I need your PayPal info, by the way.
Yes, I will write it to you soon. Okay, but for now, I guess I wish you good luck with playing better now already.
I don't think I'll be playing much today. I need to let this sink in a bit. If I start playing massively now, I'm going to forget everything.
Yeah, okay. All right,
But,
then.
it should be. And I hope you'll be on tomorrow when they release the next maps. If Sep releases them tomorrow, it's kind of.
Yeah, maybe, probably even. But all right. Then for now, I wish you a nice day.
Yeah, and thank you very much. It was really helpful.
Okay, nice. Thank you too. Okay, bye.
Goodbye.